I swear that every time I try to do literally anything, something technologically breaks. My chat is broken again because, you know, it wouldn't be a stream if my chat was not broken, right? Okay, that's one half of chat fixed. One half of chat fixed. That's not gonna work. Damn, I sure do love technological difficulties. I even have to, oh my god, authorize it on my phone. Two-step authentication. What's the number? All right. Okay. Okay. It was already authenticated, but not connected for some reason, because, you know, that makes sense. All right. Now, at long last, chat should be working. What's up, Surreal? Cage? Shynet W. Sorry, you misspelled your name. Must be annoying to go to the loo. Yeah, actually, sometimes. All right, boys. Alright, boys. Video games? And by video games, I mean we're going to be playing Spreadsheet Simulator for the next couple hours. Am I right, boys? Are we wanding build this league? Technically. Technically, we are wanding build this league. Okay, so keep in mind, this is just a random PoB that, we yoinked from, what is his name? What's his name? Poop Butts? Is that his name? Poop Butts 2000 or something like that? We need to remake this from scratch from like the startup and figure out everything. But we're sort of wanding. Technically, we're using a wand skill. Is the plan for this to be heist viable? I mean, maybe you can play it on heist? Why is there two chats? Get out of here, second chat. I mean, maybe you can play it on heist? I don't know. We'll see. But I don't think that it's going to be, like, specifically meant for heist. Hi, honey. Alright, so here's where we're at, okay? This is where we're at. So this is still using all of the same gear that he had in his PoB, and I've just, like, tweaked it a little bit for League Start. I haven't really done a ton. I haven't like looked to see if this is correct. You're gonna have to ignore auras because I don't exactly know how we're going about this right now. We're probably just not using haste. We're definitely not using hatred. We're definitely not using Defiance Banner. I don't know how good determination and stuff's gonna be. We're gonna have to figure this out over time as we go through. Locust Mine Power Siphon. So here's the thing, okay? So with Locust Mine, the problem that I have with it is that there's just a few circumstances that pop up relatively frequently that just doesn't seem super fun on. And for that reason, I'm out on that build. Will it still be fine string stacking Berserker Chaos Cyclone? Are you talking about the replica boots? I mean, that build in general, just like that archetype, is probably fine. As for playing Berserker, I don't know, man. Berserker seems rough, dude. How do you live? What's up, Turtle? Like, how do you survive? Realistically, I don't know. I just don't know how you survive. Would be my problem. Because it just feels like you take this ascendancy, you die. So what do you do? I don't know what you do. I think you just die. That's kind of always been the problem with Berserker. With Strength Stack, I mean, if you're just going for a build that's going to annihilate everything and one-shot it instantly, then it doesn't really matter, right? How you feel about a Wanding starter? Okay, so here's the thing, right? Originally, I was going to play this. And I actually think there is quite a bit of potential in playing this. If the cast on crit Deadeye stuff just doesn't really pan out, I'm still going to end up playing this. And there's one main reason. The problem here is that I'm already using a lot of uniques, right? Like I'm using a ton of uniques. But this is what you'd end up at. Piscators, I manually edited this, so I need to re-add another Piscators because this one is like, the PoB's actually been updated now. But here's the problem, is that with this build and Piscators, here's the issue that you're going to run into. You'll definitely be able to get like a really good one of these, like 28, right? Sure, whatever accuracy, and then like I would have a good one. Okay, so yeah, there you go. So like 6 million DPS or something like that. I don't know how accurate any of this is right now because this is just an imported PoB. Is the tree even updated? Yeah, it seems like it's updated. There's a thing. Uses a lot of uniques. I might drop Thunder Fist on this if I'm going to end up playing this and go for some random rare gloves. However, there's two problems here. One, Piscator is really good. You can't put the like returning proj, far shot, whatever node on here. Like you can't do that. However, Deadeye now has an interesting thing about it. So the reason that I'm wanting to play Ice Spear cast on crit Deadeye is because Farshot got changed to just be all projectiles, right? It's worse now, like it's less damage in general now, but it's just all projectiles. However, this should stack with the Farshot text, right? I haven't looked to see if they can stack, but technically they should be able to stack, right? Technically they should be able to stack, but and it's a big but, is a huge but. What are these ads in my search bar, dude? Get that shit out of here. So far shot, right? Here's the thing. Projectiles cannot collide with enemies in close range. That does genuinely suck, right? There are, why did I not hear? I didn't even hear. Oh, it's turned off from before, isn't it? I was like, why didn't I hear that? It should come up eventually. What's up, Campbell?
You slowly begin to unzip your wallet.
Big Ducks, how much is a ton of money to the British? 2,000 pounds.
You make me want to in stream as much as you did previously. What's up, Cam Cool? Alright, anyways, every time he brings out one of them jokes, I'm just like, pain. Page. 1,000 would have made more sense, isn't? How many pounds in a ton? Yeah, it's 2,000. Anyways, far shot, right? This is a keyword. And the keyword for far shot is that projectile attacks deal 20% less damage at the start of their movement and 60% more as a projectile travels further. These should stack. Right? They should stack for a wand build. Just get the far shot enchant. So here's the problem, is that yes, you could do that, absolutely, but you need a rare wand, and Piscator's is really good. Getting a rare wand that beats Piscator's early on is actually really, really, really hard. I imagine those very big boy enchants are going to be multiple divines each. Right? As we use kilograms in a ton, it's 1,000. So here's the thing, though, is that he's talking about the British, and he's talking about how the British use pounds as I'm explaining the joke. Anyways. You can't put the enchant on Piscators. You can't put the enchant on Uniques, right? Are we sure it can't be on a shield though? We have no clue at this point. This is kind of the problem, is we don't know where any of this stuff goes, so you basically just assume that you're not gonna be able to have it, right? You just have to kind of assume that you're not gonna be able to have it, because realistically, like, look at this. So craft item, imbued. Oh, I just have to type wand. Listen, chat, I'm rusty. I have no idea what I'm doing, but it's actually pretty hard to get a good wand. Okay, so let's see here. If we get attack speed and we get, like, I don't know, let's say we get tier 1 attack speed, right? Like an essence attack speed or something, and we get critical strike chance, and we get, like, I don't know, 33%. How much have we lost? 24% damage. Yeah, 24% damage. So with that, we've lost 24% damage compared to Piscators. And this isn't, like, trivial to get early. Quality's not really going to matter a ton here. This isn't, like, trivial to get early. What's up, Ava? Because we have no idea how much recombinators are going to cost. We have no idea how much the enchants are going to cost. We have no idea how much anything is going to cost realistically. But, I mean, you could get something like this. Like, it's somewhat possible. You add in literally any kind of damage. I don't know. Add lightning damage, or like tier 3 or something. It's still 18% worse. However, that doesn't work. How is it typed? Like, how is it 2 words? Yeah, it's 2 words. Does that work? Here's the thing, however. With no damage on it, I forgot that I have to literally just, like, add far shot in every time that I update anything. With no damage on it at max range, it's still 21% damage increase. What's up, Remy? So that's the thing. It heavily depends on how expensive far shot and, like, returning proj and stuff is. Because they should be able to stack, right? They should be able to stack. There's no reason that they can't. So that's the idea, is that I think a Wander is possible and viable simply because of this enchant existing. However, at the super high end, I just don't think you go Deadeye anymore. I think at the super duper high end, you're probably an instack trickster now, yeah? Like, there's even some potential for a Warden, I think. The problem is that I think that Warden, while it is very good and while there is an absolute ridiculous amount of damage, you aren't suffering for damage on this build. That was never the thing that you were suffering from. On a wand build, you're suffering for utility, and there's almost no utility here. Like, actually almost zero. There's, like, the bark skin, which the more and more I think about this, bark skin should not reserve mana. There's no reason for Barkskin to reserve mana. And honestly, this should just be part of Barkskin. 4 points for this is just insane. Right? Like, 4 points for this is absolutely just criminal activity, okay? These two, this should just be part of Barkskin. And it should be 2 points and it shouldn't reserve mana. Freezing everything could be decent utility? Yes, but if you're doing cold damage, you're already going to be freezing most things. You won't be freezing bosses, but that probably won't matter that much. Realistically, if you're going to go this Ascendancy, I think Tincture Abuse is actually the play here. Problem is that having to spend 2 points for this node sucks. Tinctures are very strong, but having to spend 2 points for this node sucks. Like, it really sucks. Because realistically, on any time that you're going to go this Ascendancy, you go Avatar of the Wilds, right? Like, there's no reason not to use this. Because if you're playing a Warden, you should be trying to get every single elemental ailment that you possibly can, right? Like, you should be getting every single one that you possibly can. This is super, super duper strong. It's Elemental Berserk. It's up more often than that. Because realistically, it's 0.2 seconds per ailment, and you gain 1. You can probably pretty easily apply Shock, Scorch, Chill, Freeze. Either Shock or Ignite, one of the two. You can easily apply 4 with every hit, no problem whatsoever, right? Even if it's just 3. That's 3 every 0.2 seconds times 5 is 15 per second. You need 100? Yeah, you need 100. So you can have it up in like 6 seconds, right? Bark Skin is like armor, it's there to mitigate small, medium hits. Yeah, but that's kind of useless at this part of the tree. Like if you're starting at this part of the tree, most of the time you're going to be here or at best here. So the issue with this is that this side of the tree realistically is not looking for... It's not looking for additional help with dealing with hits, like physical damage. It's looking for a main source of dealing with physical damage, right? Because armor is super not easy to come by anymore. You know, you can't just like, oh, well, toss on determination and maybe use one hybrid chest piece and you've got armor, right? It's not really the way that's going to work anymore. So if you're going a warden and you're heading this way and you plan on going hybrid armor evasion as your like total package, then sure, Barkskin could have some kind of point. But just using Barkskin by itself with no other way to reduce fizz, it's just kind of rough. Honestly, I think this is slightly undertuned, but I am open to there being some kind of interesting thing going on with it. Because like minus 15 fire, cold, and lightning damage as well from spells is nice for sure. Because you get what, 150 minus from all of those, right? That's super nice for sure. But this being 4 points, like dedicating your entire ascendancy, like half of your entire ascendancy to just these two seems pretty rough. Anyways, we're getting very, very sidetracked here. I think wand builds have potential for sure, right? Maybe works okay with ward, maybe. But like, this is the thing, right? Having Far Shot enchant on a wand, if it can even go on a wand, at this point we don't know. Like Far Shot might be bows only. They might do some weird shenanigans where they're like, we're putting Far Shot only on maces and scepters. Like it could be literally anywhere. If they are going to be fair to us, Far Shot should be available on bows, definitely, wands, probably, and then maybe like thrusting swords or something. Like those are the 3 that I could see it being available on, right? Like thrusting swords or something. Returning Proj should definitely be available on wands. If Returning Proj isn't available on wands, I don't know. Like, come on, man. Like, come on, dude. You really not gonna put it on wands? Anyways. And I just have Barkskin without the bark, 20% more evade, 20. Yeah, I wish they would have like leaned more into that for sure. How would you upgrade into tankiness without I need to figure out how I want to say this item. I'm just gonna call it PhD shield, fuck it. It's tough. I don't think that you can get as tanky as you could before, if I'm gonna be real with you. Maushut, the PhD shield, it was kind of a cheat code. It was kind of a cheat code, if I'm gonna be real with you. It was just a good shield, right? It just did so much for you with so little investment. It's really gonna be hard to match that. I think that most likely the actual answer is you go Instack Trickster. If you want an insanely tanky wand build at the super high end that costs a lot of money, that can do a lot of damage and is super tanky, you probably just end up as Instack Trickster now. It's probably just the way that the cookie's gonna crumble at this point. I'll probably work on that later in the league if I have time. But there's a couple other builds I want to work on, particularly the one's in the title. What is this? I don't know what that PoB is. It's just called meme, and I don't remember what it is. We're not gonna open it. Okay, so anyways, this is just the PoB that I pulled from Mr. PB himself. PB 2000. It's just the PoB I pulled from him and changed like very, very slight things. So there's 2 things that we need to accomplish today, okay? There's two things that we gotta accomplish today with this. One, we need to figure out leveling and how viable leveling is, and two, we need to just get the basics of this PoB together. This isn't one of those PoBs that I'm going to be like, you should start this as League Start. This is going to be one of those PoBs where like, I'm starting this as League Start. Don't crucify me, because I don't know if it's going to work, okay? Retaliation skills able to crit. Do they have a base crit chance? I mean, you should be able to crit with them, right? There's no way that you are not able to crit with them. Oh, it's an attack. It uses the crit chance of your weapon. Anyways. Oh, what the duck doing? Okay. So here's where we're at. This is just a minorly changed tree from that PoB, okay? I think that I need to do a little bit of optimization here. I think this might not be great, because this is 1.3 per point, and it doesn't get us a ton. I think there might be better options to do than this, because this was in the original PoB, going down here and grabbing like long shot, and long shot's good, don't get me wrong. Like it's good for sure. I think a sweet bleed gladiator build works. I think gladiator bleed is just like good in general. But as for how to play it, I don't know. There's probably at least 5 prominent content creators that are doing some kind of bleed gladiator build of some sort, I'm sure. I would not be surprised in the least. All right, defensive wise, we're okay. We're not great though. Defensive wise, we're okay. I feel like we need more evasion. And I don't exactly know how we get more evasion. I don't know how we get more evasion. We have a shield. Yeah, I mean, putting a giant bleed with a retaliation skill seems fine. I don't know that alone makes Reaper good. But yeah. Ooh, we have to update this. We're not even going to be able to. Yeah. So this is why I need to update this PoB, is that there's like so much old stuff that just doesn't work here, right? There's a ton of old stuff that doesn't work. Okay. Reaper now gets 95% bleed chance. Problem is the clear. Reaper damage is fine. Is it? I know that Reaper damage is okay. The problem that I always had with Reaper is the clear. From what I remember, you use explodey gloves for that, right? But yeah. So we drop this, yeah? Because that's just like not good damage per point. Show node power, full DPS. And bring PoB to its knees. Yo, what's up, Honor? How's it going, gamer? We're popping. So there's one big issue here, in that PoB is kind of wrong in a lot of ways with this build, because we're going to be using Power Siphon, yeah? We're going to be using Power Siphon to proc our cast on crit, and Power Siphon is going to be returning. And PoB, I don't think, is accounting for the fact that Power Siphon will be hitting twice as often as it normally will. So if we go into calcs and we look at like trigger rate, essentially we have to double this trigger rate, right? So the highest that we ever want to get this effective trigger rate going is half of the trigger rate cap that we have. Any more than that is going to be inefficient, because it's technically going to be hitting twice as often. I could do 100% more attack speed, but I don't want to start getting into weird territory where I start putting in custom stuff if I can just not do that. So here's what was in the PoB previously. Just put in 2 ice spears, right? Like, just put in 2. And make sure that you go out of your way to not go over half of this. Is essentially just what we're doing. We're trying to stay right by 2. And then it's close. Take a break and work on something different, like a heist runner. Okay, hear me out. I'll work on a heist runner this league, not for league start though. I don't think I have enough time. Realistically, classic league start, the week before league start, I just get super busy and I have a whole bunch of other stuff that I have to do as well. Back to your previous statement, PoB is often wrong. Yeah, for sure. It is, in many ways. In many ways. Maybe Impale will get fixed this league, dude. All right, so power report. Fusillade. See, this is increasing trigger rate is the problem. And that's the reason the damage is going up, I think. But it's going up almost perfectly. No, it's way too much. Sorry. Way too much, actually. Yeah, so that's not actually good. Wand Slinger? Because it's trying to do trigger rate. It's gonna be hard to even find stuff that's good. Because it's just gonna be going for trigger rate stuff everywhere because it doesn't realize. Am I just gonna have to force the okay. I'm gonna have to force it like that. Yeah. Search by average hit. I have to do full DPS because of the way that it's set up. All right, let's reset this. It was baited into a full retaliation build with the reveal. I think there's some interesting stuff that can happen with retaliation, for sure. I do think there's some interesting stuff. We're at 716, so it knows what our cap is now. So once PoB is done begging for its life, we can look around. I'll mess with some retaliation gladiator memes next. If I have time, we'll work on a PoB for it, but I don't know that I'm gonna have time. Because there is another project that I want to do. There we go. There's another project that I want to do, which is this. So there's this project that I want to work on. So I'm gonna do this either later today or tomorrow is realistically what I want to work on this. Because I want to do, you know how I normally do like top 5 league start builds or whatever, or top 3 or top whatever, however many I do, top 10, top 15, top 40 league start builds. I want to spend a little bit more time doing this a bit more in depth. I don't know that I'm gonna have time for this. This is just an idea I've kind of been tossing around in my mind for a little bit. But what I want to do is I want to take a build, I want to put it into this like layout rubric, right? And then actually get some real information from it. Seems like a lot of work for 2 days. I think each build might take 30 minutes. And as I get better at it, it'll probably be faster. Hey, what's up, Easy? How's it going, gamer? Unfortunately, there's no headhunter in my league start. Because realistically, you put in the unique items, you check the prices. This takes the longest time. We get the estimated cost, right? So we can actually see what the real cost of the build is, and we can extend this as much as we need to and such. Kind of figure out how difficult it is to play. I give a how fun is it to play. Put in what actually it's good for, list the DPS and such. How good is it at what it does? Talk about the kinds of defenses that it has, and what kind of information is surrounding it. Is it worth it though? I think this is good information. I think there's a lot of people who unfortunately get super baited by people who just have like bombastic personalities or are really good hype men when they're saying things like, this build is the best, it's great, it's good at doing this, good at doing this, good at doing this, and it may be good at those things, but I think having like an objective second opinion, actually like looking at the numbers, would probably be good. But yeah. So yeah. All right, is this done chugging? All right, let's see. Oof. It's actually long shot. I took long shot out because I was just like, yeah, but it's actually long shot. Fuck. Learned my lesson from Jung builds. Not for me. I agree, they're not for me either. Jung builds are good. They're effective. Almost always. But the problem is that they're effective for someone that plays the game like Jungron does. And I don't play the game the way that Jungron does, and 99.9% of the player base doesn't play the game like Jungron does. So, while his builds are good, most people don't actually want to play them. It's actually long shot, dude. Fuck. So we just spent all that time to just have the same tree that we started with. Cool, that's good. That's PoB for you, dude. That's PoB for you, dude. Unless somebody has a Glad SST PoB. I thought I saw something in the Discord that... What wasn't... Isn't Zizarin and Rue working together on some weird Gladiator SST PoB or something like that? Something like that, right? Okay, so... Is this where we want it to be? Problem here is mana. We're gonna be leeching Energy Shield, and we're gonna be using Eldritch Battery. So that should be fine. We need to like redo this from the ground up though, is the issue here. We need to redo this from the ground up. All right, so... New... Okay. Ranger, Deadeye. We're going to go this. That's a moose. I still think it's funny that they keep trying to buff Windward, and it's like... I don't know. Conceptually, it just seems like a bad skill or a bad ascendancy point. Just conceptually, just doesn't seem great, right? Why would you want to give up your damage and your action speed for? I mean, I guess it's the problem is it's 40% less damage taken once. That's the issue here. Is like this could be okay on bosses. It could be okay on bosses. It's terrible everywhere else. And 90% of the time when you're playing a Deadeye, you're just mapping, you're not bossing. What's your opinion on GG taking left click Warcries and making it into an aura? I do think it's kind of funny, and I feel like they baited us pretty hard. So they took Warcries, they took left click Warcries from us, turned it into like a free ability where you can just kind of like proc them whenever you want. And now the comparison is between the free ability previously and it being an aura instead of it being on left click for free and it being an aura. So they kind of like did like one level of obfuscation so that people wouldn't be as upset about it. Yeah, they've basically just like... They really just decided to wreck them. On holiday for another 1.5 weeks, so I should probably just League Start with Strong. Look for my video at the end of week 1 where I say these are the top week 1 meta builds. Okay, so we do that. And then for the tree... I don't know that we want to go up here and do the shenanigans. Like, these points are good, but it is a lot of travel. But they're good points. I don't know, we'll see. Here... Suppression Mastery. Suppression, pierce. That's not the right one. This. Crit. Crit multi. Life. Life mastery. Life. Mark. Frenzy charge on Mark. Life. Skills cost life instead of 15% of mana cost. We're probably gonna need that. Like that. Power charge for sure. Accuracy. So we do need this leech. We do want leeches instant for sure. We might. I don't know. I don't know about taking that. We'll see. Because we probably just get it on the glove enchant or something. Yeah, keep in mind, this is just going to be for me. This is just for me. Going to whip out my massive smack Ray class in the face with it. Probably don't want anything there. Search battery. Cold exposure is good. We're mainly cold damage. I think a heist runner will be based in ranger like the PF Ascendancy. So there's two. I have two concepts for a heist runner. There are two main concepts. One is you just go ahead and play something very similar to what you played before, and you do this. You search Rage. You find Rage Mastery. You'd have to go over here. It doesn't really matter, like, where you go. Yeah? It doesn't really matter where you go, okay? You play the same build. You drop some of the bullshit nodes that don't do anything realistically on that build. You find some Rage Mastery, which is probably... Here, inherent loss of rage is 20% slower. Rage on melee hit's not that great though. Gain 3 rage when hit by an enemy. Inherent loss of rage is 8% slower. I mean, you could go wherever you want, right? You just find some random rage thing. You get the rage mastery and you go 1% increased movement speed per 5 rage. Okay? You grab that. And then you probably still run Berserk and you just run with it. It's not as good. It's probably not worth it. Alternatively, you just give up on Berserk completely. You still just go Queen of the Forest. You're not going to run even close to as fast. Alternatively, you either play a Trickster or a Slayer and you go a charge stack build and you go Replica Ward. Those are the ideas I have in my head. Yoduck's actually cooking this cooked plan? Yeah, I think I might league start this, because even if it's bad, I just swap into a wand build and just mess with it, right? Saying and putting Intimidating Cry on left click as it's a movement speed buff? It wouldn't be instant, right? Like, that would be really annoying and it would interrupt your phase run. Do you or will you have a PoB for Elemental Hit of the Spectrum? I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to. I'll probably at least toss something out there or have something available. Like, I'll give you this. Well, actually, no. You could just take the Elemental Hit of the Spectrum PoB from last league and just do minor changes to it. Like, that's still available on Discord, on my YouTube channel, and basically everywhere. Alright, anyways, so let's continue with this. What are we missing? Power charges, have that. Power charges, have that. We're missing something? What is it? What are we missing? Ah, here. And auras. Okay, so we're good now. Are you okay? You seem low and thin. I am thin. I'm sick in the head though. But that's not changed ever. I'm thin because I lost a bunch of weight. Any idea what builds would work for Sanctum early? Probably the same ones that I always have, if I had to be honest with you. Totem's being removed. How do you think early melee builds will scale damage attack speed while leveling? I think people are going to be in for a slight reckoning when it comes to leveling next league on a lot of builds. I think melee is one of the builds that probably won't suffer that much. I think melee probably won't suffer that much. Basically, melee got a ton of damage just pushed into the skill gems. Nothing realistically is changing. The one thing that will change is that you've lost a lot of attack speed. You've gained damage, but you've lost a lot of attack speed. But that's only for single target, realistically. You weren't using the totems otherwise. Realistically, it shouldn't matter. What's up, Mangio? The Tall Titty Committee? Yeah, I mean, I got a little bit left, but not as much as before. Okay. Alright, I think that's good. Let's talk skills. So, Power Siphon is our main contributor here. So, Power Siphon, the quality worth it? No, quality is useless. Cast on crit. We do want that to be qualityed. Ice Spear. Ice Spear quality is good. What's our fourth link? Probably returning projectiles, right? Returning projectiles is pretty good as a fourth link. Projectile speed, we don't really care about that. It's not super important. So that's probably our fourth link. Fifth link is maybe greater multiple projectiles. Maybe that's our fifth link. That quality is not super important. And then increased critical strike damage. Probably this. It could also be early on when we need crit. We could be going like increased crit strikes or something. Something like this, probably. Something like that being our sixth link. And then we just disable that for 5. So Ice Spear. Second form, all projectiles, 2, including full DPS. Okay. So even with just a 5 link in the tree and no gear, we're still doing 100,000 DPS. That's pretty good. That's with no items equipped. So, wand. What's the best kind of wand for this now? It's just the highest crit chance and the highest attack speed, which is probably imbued again. It's probably just imbued again. 1.6 and 8. .5 and 9 is also kind of attractive here, but we don't need the charge generation, so that's kind of useless. Yeah, it's just imbued, isn't it? Yeah, it's just it's always imbued, man. Like it's just always imbued. Always, no matter what, it's always imbued. All right, so we can't have a fracture early. A fracture early is not realistic, so we probably just want like a single essence, right? And then craft something. So we probably do spell damage essence, right? Actually, let's look at the essences. Fire burst on hit, no. Chaos damage. Crit strike chance for spells is probably not super needed. We're gonna have a lot of crit strike chance. Like we're gonna have a ton, yeah? Like look, with the tree put together and no wand equipped, our Ice Spear is already at 66% crit chance in its second form. And what's our Power Siphon looking like? No wand. Oh, well let's just add this to build and then edit it. We are at 30% crit chance right now with just nothing, right? We would have 10 Gale Force. We would have Tailwind. We would have Power Charges. Yeah, 70% crit chance once we account for evasion. Standard boss because we'll just be mapping. Yeah, we still have to account for like accuracy and evasion and all that stuff. We haven't done that yet, so. But yeah, I mean, 70% crit chance, literally with like nothing equipped at this point. Like a wand with nothing on it. All right, so let's see here. Add modifier, essence. Attack speed. We probably go spell damage, right? Almost assuredly we go spell damage, yeah? Almost assuredly we go spell damage, yeah? And we'll do a shrieking. We won't even do the top tier. We'll do shrieking, yeah? So let's say we go for a halfway decent shrieking roll, like 80%. And we hit, I don't know. What do we hit? Would it be possible? One-handed weapon, wand. How hard would it be to hit attack speed or crit? Like either or, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anything else, just attack speed or crit. Did I click wand? Yeah, I did. Where is, okay, so attack speed, tier 3 or higher, 0.8, 0.4. What is, whoa. Woes typically aren't expensive early, right? On average, 27 to hit tier 3 attack speed. That's super easy. 27? And I would be using one tier lower, so like that's gonna cost nothing. It's like 30 chaos at most. Potentially even less than that with being able to buy in bulk on the market, right? So that's like nothing. So we go until we hit some kind of attack speed roll, like we can just leave it at 13, right? And then we craft crit, just the highest crit that we can craft. And that's our wand. We would go for a maximum roll. So that's our wand save. Now we're at 88% crit chance on Power Siphon already with just a wand equipped. Level 93. Nothing else. Pretty good. This is a 5 link, right? Yeah, it's a 5 link right now. Of course, we need to still solve for crit chance, which is mostly a hit problem. Precision. Boom. Oh, wait, we're done. Hit chance 100, crit chance 100. Okay, so literally just precision solves it. Do I even need? I do need, okay, so level 20 precision. We could probably lower that if need be. So literally Power Siphon is already solved, right? We have 100% crit already with just this. I haven't even anointed, like I haven't even anointed overcharge at this point, yeah? Crimson Black Silver is honestly not that hard either. Oh. Okay, so we've solved, man, that's so little. 262,000 DPS already with just that equipped. And not even any other skills. Okay. Let's do Cast on Crit, Ice Spear is the name of it. Deadeye. It's League Starter second build. I'm a League Starter, dude. I don't care. We're gonna mess with that next, the actual League Start portion of it. Rock sent me a tree a couple of days ago before PoB was updated and everything. And we were able to hit, well, he did most of the work on it, but he was able to hit, what, 100% crit on Power Siphon at like level 28, level 30 or something like that with a certain setup. Like he was able to hit it that early. Like I don't think that you would go it that early, but maybe you can. I don't know. The main thing is going to be getting endless munitions. That's the actual main problem here, is that it's going to be really hard to make a 4-link work properly without endless munitions. You're going to have to go far shot, and then you're going to have to go endless munitions. As for how you level it up, I mean, it's probably just a bow build, right? And you just hold on to a good wand, and you craft crit on it. What's the lowest tier of crit that's available to craft? Like if I just go to the lowest tier of crit emulator, wait, does it say what level? One-handed weapon, wand. Does it say what level it requires on crafts here? It does. Okay, so lowest tier of crit is 45. 40, sorry. That's around when we would want to swap, so you just get literally, like, who asked wand, right? It doesn't matter. And then you just craft crit on it, and you're done. And then you probably are able to swap to CoC. Learning this is Rain of Arrows LA until 90. Yeah, probably Rain of Arrows. Lightning Arrow lost its damage, so I don't know how good it's going to be. We'll see. But one of those two, right? That would be the idea. All right. So this is 5 link, right? We have precision. What other auras are we going to run? Hatred is garbage now. No reason to run hatred. How close are we to these other aura nodes? We could even go leader of the pack if we really wanted to. Like, we could do this. It's bad. Like, I don't like spending 2 points to get here, but if we needed more, we could go here. Are you gonna start playing with the crazy gladiator idea? We have this, they were talking last night about the new retaliation skills, and I came up with the idea of trying to go poison with the new retaliation skills, because there's this one idea that I have. I'm gonna work on it second at best. We're not messing with that right now. Skitterbots? I don't think Skitterbots is that good, because it just gives us shock, right? We're going to be a cold damage build, so we're gonna be chilling, and we're almost assuredly gonna be freezing. Herald of Ice, definitely. Yes, Herald of Ice. 100% on Herald of Ice. Herald of Ice is gonna be very good here. What else? What else? Grace? We need a mana mastery. We need a mana mastery over taking this. It's like, what do we take? Gain 2 mana per enemy hit with attacks. Unironically really good because we're going to be hitting a lot. We don't want attack damage leached as mana. That's not as useful. We might need Primal Spirit though. Like, we might just need it for stats. We're gonna have to sacrifice something somewhere, and I don't know what it is. So we have Dual Curse. We have that. We have that. Because we're getting up to 95, and that's too much. Probably this. Ooh, that's such a good point actually though. Because like 11% full DPS. Yeah, that's such a good point. Honestly, even though these points are good, it might still be we just drop this just because it's so far and we just need the points, right? The kinetic bolt build as it is right now is dead. The PhD shield no longer works for ranged. That build as it is currently just does not work. The elemental hit version of it needs very few changes to work, and maybe I'll get something out. But yeah, you can kind of just do like some slight variation change on the elemental hit version of it, and that should still technically work. You probably use a rare wand with either like returning proj or far shot on it. Probably use a rare wand. Like, you go find a random who cares who asked fracture of a wand that has like attack speed or crit or something, and then you use, I don't know, added lightning damage essence, like a wrath essence, until you hit the other one, and then you enchant it with far shot, and GG. It's probably better than Piscators. I have no idea how the new stuff's gonna work with I have no idea how the new enchants and stuff are gonna work. We don't really have a ton of information on how they work. Should you be able to enchant them on a synthesized item? Maybe? I don't know. I'm honestly not sure. I actually think we drop this because we just need the points for other stuff, right? Like we actually just need the points. We need a mana mastery. Do I actually go Mind Drinker? Or do we go Thrill of Battle? I think we go Thrill of Battle. I think we go Thrill of Battle. We do know that you cannot put it on uniques, yes. I think we go Thrill of Battle. Thrill of Battle's probably better. And then we get that. Okay. Okay. It's 88. That's reasonable. Can even take these now. Level 90, that gave us a little bit of life back. Probably take like a jewel here or something. Jewel here. Suppression here maybe. 92, okay, that's reasonable. Why not leech nodes? There's basically no point in taking leech nodes because we're a cast on crit build. This is attack damage leech, so we're going to have instant leech, yeah? And we're gonna be leeching some energy shield because that's how we're gonna be paying our mana cost, is through energy shield, so we kind of have to take this. This just probably ends up being ideal instead of going like this node here. Because this gives us maximum total energy shield recovery per second from leech. And then this gives us increased total recovery, which makes it happen faster. If EB, yeah, so it's gonna be EB. And then we get 0.3% of spell damage leeches energy shield, whereas a node like this gives us recovery per second from leech 30%, and then we get this node, which is okay. We're never gonna be on maximum energy shield, so I think it just kind of makes a little bit more sense to do it this way. We could go these spell suppression nodes if we really wanted to. Hey, what's up, Sar? Yeah, that's mainly how we're going to be casting our abilities, is we're going to be leeching. And the thing about it is we're going to have a lot of projectiles, right? We're going to be hitting a ton. So we're going to be able to have a ton of leeches, meaning that instant leech is going to be really good here. Anytime that... Oh, is my microphone even still working? I just hit literally the cable. Anytime that you are hitting a lot of times, instant leech is super powerful. Think about the Archmage build last league. All of them. Ball Lightning, Ice Nova, all of those. Think about how much leech those builds were able to get because of how many instances of instant leech they did. Hour of phone calls, interacting with familial unit. Oof. But yeah, congrats on the kid, dude. All right. Okay. Okay, 92 is probably good. Precision, Herald of Ice, Grace. Eventually, right? We would end up using Zealotry. Either Zealotry or Haste as a blessing, as a Guardian's blessing with the mannequins. The marionettes. That's what we would eventually use, right? But early on, that's probably not what we're gonna use. Eventually we would do that though. Guardian's blessing, either Haste or Zealotry, and what, like Spectre? That would be a 4-link or something like that. I don't know that we even care to try to keep them alive. I don't know. This is something we'll do later, but we're gonna disable these for now. 34% full DPS. 85%. It's either or. I don't know, but that's something much later. These we would definitely use for sure. Would chain be fun on the ice spear for clear? I don't think it's going to be super necessary. I think we're going to either want to pierce or split. And it's most likely just going to be pierce. Previously, people who played this build did go ricochet because far shot didn't work for it, but far shot works now. Where is my projectile distance? There we go, 70. Far shot works now. We'll have frenzy charges as well. Okay. Let's not do jewel sockets yet, but we can do jewel sockets later. Oh, we have one jewel socket. What do we go for? Like a normal jewel, probably a cobalt jewel, life, and cold crit multi. I think that's what was used in the other build. Life and like that. Yeah. Is this just one version of LA Hit Deadeye in terms of playstyle and strengths weaknesses? What do you mean? This is Cast on Crit Ice Spear Deadeye. It's gonna play probably a lot differently, but maybe not that different. I don't know. I mean, you're just gonna run around. You're gonna be attacking with a wand. What do you think the strongest melee skill is now? Probably Lightning Strike. Probably just Lightning Strike. Hey, it's got a melee tag, okay? Like, I know it's not melee, but it's got a melee tag, right? It's got a melee tag. Someone explain to me why Lightning Strike? It's just mechanically an overpowered skill. It's just mechanically so strong. By that logic, strongest melee skill does Molten Strike of the Zenith. As someone who played Molten Strike of the Zenith, that skill sucks to clear with. If you are only going for pure raw, like deep dick DPS, yes, it's very good. It's very, very good. It's one of the most effective skills in the entirety of the game, but holy shit does it suck to clear with. Like, it's awful. The reason why Lightning Strike is good is because you can hit, with returning projectiles, you can hit 3 to 4 times. The numbers on it are great. It can be used as a ranged skill to clear, and it can be used as like a good single target skill for bossing. It's just always been such a crazy skill. It's just so good. Okay, so this is like a maybe. It's like a I don't know. What else? We probably want Blood Rage, right? Oh, we need marks. Do we use mark on hit? Technically, I could use Spell Slinger. It'd be Sniper's Mark. We don't need Assassin's Mark. Technically. Because I like Spell Slinger, okay? It makes me feel good to do something different, all right? I don't care if it's bad. It was actually good. It was actually good on the previous build, specifically because of god tier giga white mobs that were unkillable, and then also being able to just get infinite rage. Okay, so curse, we're dual curse, frostbite probably. Yeah, frostbite's good. Just don't be so different. You quit the league. Listen, there's only one person to blame for that, okay? And it's not me. It's not my fault. I absolve myself of all responsibility. There's only one who actually gets blamed there, okay? It's not me. Do punishment for Claire? That sounds like it would be punishing myself, yeah. Well, for Clear, I mean, we're just gonna have Sniper's Mark, right? Like, we're just gonna have this with Mark on hit on random rares. Yeah. Mark on hit's probably easier. By the way, Ducks, the cleave damage buff looks good. You have you have taunted me with this once before, okay? I have fallen for your tricks once before. You know, fool me once, shame on me. Okay? Not happening again. Okay, we're not doing that. I actually want to try to enjoy this league. I don't care if it's melee league, I'm not playing cleave, all right? I literally quit the league on day 1 playing cleave. I'm not doing it again. Million DPS? Yeah, dude, 1.2 million DPS. Isn't it the other way around? No, I'm changing the line, okay? Yes, it's typically fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, yes. But I shouldn't have trusted in the first place. I should have known better. I thought you did that on your own? Listen, okay? It was Sanctum League. Ye links me this PoB. He's like, dude, it's gonna be great. Here you go. Play it. Join me. I hadn't been led astray by Ye before at this point, okay? He's always done good for me. But that league, maybe he did do good for me. Maybe he convinced me to quit and it was good for me. Ray Spectre is going to be how do you spell marionette? Is that right? Because it's dark marionette, right? There you go. I'll even put a maybe there so that there's no question marks. This might be of your interest. Is this a cleave PoB? Crit Rage Vortex of Berserking Berserker. What am I looking at? Mary Lean's based. Great amulet. Love that amulet. A Flesh Ripper. The idea of playing a Crit Rage Vortex Berserker makes me kind of want to rip flesh, but my own. Okay. I mean, this doesn't seem horrible except for being a Berserker. Let's see the defenses. It's pretty good armor. $11,000 max fizz hit. What's the recovery look like? 850. I mean, your Rage Vortex of Berserking, why would you not use Ambush? It's like cheating for this skill. Is there a reason not to go Volpack? Hey, what's up, Bugs? Is there a reason not to go Volpack? Because War Cries are good? Oh, Enduring Cry, is that what it is? But your life regen is negative 385 here. Is it like... Is power not set here? War Cry power 20? Still negative 241. Zerker degen. Oh. Yeah, see, that's just like... This is like... The reason, this is part of it. It's like, yeah, you go Rite of Ruin, you get big effect, big rage. You also just die, okay? You also just die. You looked at Perfect Agony yet? Perfect Agony seems really good, but... Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like my issue with... This is kind of my issue with Berserker in a nutshell, okay? Literally just turn on Enduring Cry. Is Enduring Cry not on? No, Enduring Cry is on. It's level 20. And the life regen is negative 241 with 20 Warcry power. If I hit 25. Negative 204, okay? So, I'm just saying, even with all of this, you're still net negative life regen, okay? Just take a regen node. True, dude. How many regen nodes do we already have here? Oh, you don't have Hardy, dude? That would account for it and make you have 12 life regen for 3 points, dude. Log in. Let's go, dude. Is Blood Rage on? Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Is Blood Rage on? Is Blood Rage in this PoB? It is, of course. I mean, even without Blood Rage, Blood Rage isn't even factored. Oh, never mind. I'm not even looking at net. My bad. Whoops. I'm not even looking at net. Net is actually negative 354. Net is actually worse. Does Rage effect apply to the degen? I don't think so. I don't think that this is considered a Rage effect. But if it is, that's hilarious. And that's probably the reason why this sucks. Anyways, it looks cool, but it's just Zerker things. He's zerking himself off straight into the grave. Okay. Do you have Leech? Yes, he does have Leech, but you know. Where were we? Okay, so Frostbite, Sniper's Mark on hit. Oh, we have a shield. Yo, we get to use a shield. 97% more damage though? Listen, okay? You know where else you can get 97% more damage? There's this cool ascendancy. There's this cool ascendancy. Are you hardcasting Frostbite? Yeah, it would probably just be hardcast on like bosses and difficult stuff, yeah? Like while we're clearing, it's not gonna matter, but we'd probably cast Frostbite on like a boss or something. I don't know, man, first time putting a build together. No, I'm not saying it's horrible. I'm just saying like you might struggle a little bit, but it looked fine. Like it didn't look bad. It's just I would not play Berserker. Use Red Blade Banner. Just be a chieftain, bro. I watched a little bit. Where's the node? Yeah, here. I watched a little bit of Hawks talking to Rue. Why? That poor man. That poor man, Pox, has dug himself so deep. His content revolves around Righteous Fire, and when I was listening to that man speak about the pain that was being inflicted upon him, having to league start as Righteous Fire, that's rough, dude. Well, someone linked it, so I was watching for like 5 seconds, and Rue and him were talking about like, yeah, so at league start with a whole bunch of gear, I'm doing like 300,000 DPS while I'm standing still because of, you know, where is it? Where's the node? The node that makes you do damage, Ramako. Like, yeah, doing 300,000 damage per second while standing still. You know, it'd be fine. Good damage, right? Poor guy. Audience capture, my guy. Audience capture. All right, I'm getting so sidetracked here. All right, so Frostbite, Sniper's Mark on hits. Movement skill. We're able to use a shield. What are we gonna have on a shield? We'll probably use a suppression shield because we'll need a bunch of suppression. Best tip for getting through the campaign faster is literally just move. Like, just don't stop moving. Yeah, that's the best tip by far. Practice is the second best tip. Learn where you're going, learn what you have to do, learn what you need to do for your particular build, and just keep moving. Stop killing so much stuff. You should be 2 to 3 levels underneath the zone at any given time. All right, so we probably do a spell suppression shield, which is evasion energy shield, right? Like a mirrored spike shield or something. Sovereign spike shield is probably all we can hopefully get early on. Shield. Create. 20 quality. And we probably want as big of a suppression roll as we can get, right? Like we want big boy suppression. Tier 1's probably a little hard to get. Tier 2 probably shouldn't be too bad. Any good tips for making rolling magma feel good to play? Like, is that your question? How to make rolling magma feel good to play? You don't. That skill feels awful to play, no matter what you do. And don't let any fast little racer boys tell you otherwise. That skill just feels awful to play. But if you want to make it feel good, you have to position it properly. Okay, that's how you do it. You have to basically turn off auto target thing where you like lock onto people, and then you need to aim right just a little bit before the boss so that it bounces and hits twice. That's why that ability is good. However, they have nerfed a lot of leveling gems. Keep this in mind. A lot of people aren't noticing this. But if you're doing added damage in any way, they still are going to level with skill, like with spells, levels perfectly fine. But the effectiveness of added damage on gems is a lot lower now at low levels. Like it lost like 50% on a lot of these, so it's going to be a little bit slower. Yeah, don't name lock and position it in front of the enemy that you're trying to hit is the TLDR of how to actually make it feel good. How do we know what to play when you haven't put it out yet? I honestly haven't really been putting out League Star guides for a while, if I'm gonna be honest with you. I just don't really find it healthy to force myself to do this like big League Start push most of the time. Nowadays, I kind of just focus on whatever build I'm personally going to play and say, hey, if you want to try it out, play it. And then I put out a video the day of the League Start that says, hey, I looked around and used my like vast amount of PoE knowledge to figure out what builds are actually good. Play one of these. But yeah, I don't find it super healthy for myself mentally, physically, emotionally. Although it is healthy financially for me. I just don't find it healthy to force myself to peer into the POBs for 12 hours a day for 2 weeks straight trying to figure this stuff out. It's not really good for me. I don't find peace doing that. I do not find peace. I only find pain. Alright, we're making a shield. We probably want life on the shield, right? Life, suppression, and then we craft something. Probably evasion? Evasion energy shield? Probably just like craft that on it. As a single target of CoC Ice Spear. On the previous PoB, we were like here, 5 million with gear. Like this isn't anything crazy, right? But we're rebuilding it with things that I realistically think I could actually get. To see what the real DPS is going to be, but we're at 5 million right now, which is pretty good. Like considering that I have almost no gear on it. Yo.
Glad to see you back. Can't wait to fight some pirates.
True. Appreciate you, gamer. Thank you for the let me go and find it. 17 months, 38 months actually. 38 months. Why have you been around that long, dude? What are you doing? Rolling. Imagine watching a guy who never streams for 38 months. Insane, dude. I have a League Start concept that's not in PoB yet, dude. Those are the best ones. Also, you have the most unfortunate name. Your shield got wrecked, dude. Like, your shield got neutered, my guy. I'm so sorry. Anyways, what are we doing?
Oh, yes, Daddy.
Yo. Turtle, what's up, dude? 11 months. Thank you, thank you. The turtle himself. The one that gave us the turtle. I still love it all the same. You're a stronger man than I. Alright, anyways, back to building this up. Okay, so helmet. No, it's not worth it. Can we get that simple PoB? This is literally just a PoB taken from, what is his name? Poop Butts 2000, I think. But this is old. It's from like a much more previous league, and I had to do some edits to it. It's nothing that can go public, right? Like it's not done. That's what I'm making right here. Like whenever this is done, I'll give it to you guys. It's not a big deal. You just have to go in understanding that this is not meant to be like a League Star guide. This is like what I'm probably going to do. Not meant to be a League Star guide. If you try to do this as a League Star guide, you're probably going to be sad because I'm just going to be like editing this and kind of, you know, just playing by myself. Appreciate you raising awareness in regards of mental health versus earnings. Streaming is just not a mentally healthy profession at all. Because realistically, when you peer into the endless void that is PoB, I mean, you're literally just working spreadsheets, right? Like this is the same exact things that are being massaged in your brain whenever you're working on PoB is stuff that you could be doing like sitting in an office chair somewhere making like 20 bucks an hour, right? It's the same level of stuff. You could just be going in here and be like, all right, well, how does this fit with this? How does this fit with this? Like quarterly earnings of reports, okay, whatever, right? You could just be doing that in an office chair making 20, 25 bucks an hour. Instead, you're doing it for fun on a video game, okay? Now, if you enjoy PoB to the point where you can literally just sit there and work, because it's work, for like 12 hours a day, more power to you, dude. But I got other things I gotta do IRL. Or $2 an hour, yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it goes now. Okay, anyways, where are we? So, items. Shield. Helmet. Helmet's a big oopsie whoopsie. We gotta figure out what to do with a helmet. Are there any unique helmets? Let's just go through the list. Are there any unique helmets that are useful here? Because currently helmet position is looking pretty bad, honestly. Like you can't get fizz damage taken anymore, right? 3.25 patch notes. I can type, dude, I promise. Did the Eldritch helmet implicit go away? You can get the Eldritch implicit? Okay. Yeah. So the Eldritch, yeah, that's what I was wondering. Is there any unique helmet that actually makes sense? Oh, like let's at least look. Yo, Abyssus? Heat Shiver? True, dude. Okay, here's the play, alright? Heat Shiver. We steal the Hoarfrost node. Easy. Right? Right? You picking up what I'm putting down, chat? Fledgling? Fledgling has the far shot tag, which is only attacks, and we don't care about attacks. I don't need you to rain on my parade, Thana, okay? I don't need you to do that. Attack speed, global critical strike chance. Those are both good. What does CoC stand for? Cast on crit. Alpha's Howl. It's not really super useful. Plus the level of socketed origins is like decent. Increased mana reservation efficiency is decent. I'd rather have fizz damage taken implicit though. It has to be some kind of evasion helmet though, right? Because we need the suppression node. Yeah, it has to be some kind of evasion helmet. So we have to go to hybrids now. I gotta skip all this. Armor evasion. Yeah, because the far shot, this skill tag is projectile attacks. And this would honestly be really annoying. Devotos? Devotos is decent, but I don't know if I would like choose to use it, right? Like, I'm not gonna use this over just a random rare. Because this has no life. It's got movement speed. Like, it's definitely a good item, but I don't think it's better than just like a random rare. Yo, but Bringer of Rain, my guys. All right. Energy shield evasion. I think this helmet's actually good. I just don't know what for. Will Clash. Will Clash is bad because of this. You need, what's it called for this to work? You need the boot. Heat Shiver? Yeah, Heat Shiver honestly could be good. It could be okay. I'd have to check what the rarity tier of Heat Shiver is though. Double Anoint, Blight Helmet, Brick, and Mythic Orb into start conjures. We're talking League start though. Like, we're trying to keep it pretty simple. I have Malice. I don't necessarily want to be nearby enemies. You know? Ooh, you know what? You know what? Damn, that's an unfortunate node to have it attached to. Is there any other elemental mastery? Oh, that sucks. That also sucks. Is that it? Damn, dude. We would use something other than Frostbite if we did this, right? And we wouldn't want cold exposure, right? It's probably not worth. Is it? We could just drop Dual Curse. Okay, so currently 1.2. 1.12. It's just always. It's one additional point. And I don't have to curse anything ever. That's just better, isn't it? Is this not just better? I think this is just better, right? Than going Frost Frostbite with Whispers of Doom. Like, we just skip this and we go here instead. Like, this is just better, yeah? Probably. Because this will be damage against all enemies, and we don't need to worry about, like, self-cursing anything, and it saves us dealing with that. Yeah, it's just better. Anathema multi-curse? There's not enough curses to really make it worthwhile. Because we can't go this one because it's attack damage, so it's just like super inefficient amount of points. It wouldn't end up being worth it. This is the only one that works. And we could go Heat Shiver. We could go Heat Shiver. I don't think Heat Shiver is ideal, but we could go Heat Shiver. Wrathpith. Chill effect. I mean, we're probably gonna have 30% chill on basically anything. It's pretty good. You considering a Wander starter build? I mean, I'm technically doing a Wand start build right now. It's just Wand to CoC. Also an Energy Blade. There's probably some Energy Blade builds that work. You most likely still just play it like the way that Lance played it, or as a trickster. Is this the actual game or a sim for putting together builds and testing out skills? I mean, you're very close to like the ultimate joke of Path of Exile in that yes, PoB is considered the real game, and then the simulator is Path of Exile itself, but this is Path of Building. Basically, you just put items together in here, toss them all together, and you're like, okay, this is how I'm gonna play my build. But then the real game is not this, obviously. Do we go Heat Shiver? Heat Shiver seems good. And if we ever freeze anything, I mean, it's like, it's very good. Oh, wait. This goes up to 50 now, right? You can chill stuff up to 50 now, yeah? Never played said game? Path of Exile is a cruel mistress, okay? And you'll know within 30 minutes of playing the game, maybe 5 minutes of playing the game. Freeze? Oh yeah, chill only goes up to 30. You'll know within probably 5 to 10 minutes of playing the game whether or not it's for you. Am I gonna be able to freeze stuff though? Like, I'll be able to freeze random stuff. Because, like, with freeze, Heat Shiver's really good. But I lose life. I lose Fizz taken as. I lose a lot. I honestly don't know if this is that good. This is for me. This is like a League starter specifically for me. Like, I'll probably make a video about it, but I'm not going to, I'm not going to say that you should start this. That's pretty good. Yo, what's up, Ben? Like, that's pretty good. 3.4. Oh, in comparison to what, though? Palak paneer is very good. If it's what I'm thinking it is. It's the like Indian cheese that you bread and deep fry, right? I think. It's like the Indian like the little squares that they do where you like bread it and deep fry it. Not bread and deep fried. Oh, I guess the Indian restaurant that we go to does that. So maybe they're just fat Americans. Retaliation skills able to be used when you're unarmed. Does the skill say you can use it when you're unarmed, or does it say that it requires any kind of weapon? It's probably just physical, or it's probably just power charge damage. It's that or reduced mana cost of attacks, because the rest of this isn't super worthwhile. So it's probably just damage per power charge. It makes sense. Eater of Worlds is physical damage taken as fire, cold, or lightning. Any of these are good. Doesn't matter which one, fire, cold, or lightning. Eldritch Implicits are so bad for blood magic melee. There's a lot of builds where they're honestly not great. It should be posted somewhere, but we gotta see. They're probably removing Fizz taken as Helmet Implicit. Do you think that they are? It doesn't say anywhere in the patch notes, right? Like, it doesn't say that they removed it from helmets, right? Like, they removed the crafted one, but it doesn't seem like they removed the rest of them. Because, like, looking at the patch notes, I don't see anything.
D4 bad.
True. Thank you, Rogerio, for the 20 months. D4 is bad. Honestly, I was so sad. D4 is a very well-made game, okay, for its intended audience. But for anybody who literally has even more than 2 brain cells to, you know, like, rub together, it falls off so hard. There's just nothing there. D4 just has no soul. You think they want to remove it? I wonder how big the Eldritch Implicits for body armor is going to be. Because, like, right now, obviously, you just go one of the 2 fizz damage taken as body armors. You think 20% at the top end? Like, do you think 20% is going to be tier 4 or 20% is going to be tier 6? Or, you know what I mean, the highest one. Is Slayer just the best melee now? Slayer's very good. 20% top end. Yeah, it's probably fair. I could see it being 20 or 25. The highest tier of implicits is just really, really, really hard to get. Yeah, it just says vague, and it didn't particularly say anything about Eldritch. So I would think that they would say something, right? Because like if they didn't, that's kind of frustrating. And its brand of Dissipation Inquisitor farming Sanctum. Follow someone that does Sanctum stuff, but I mean, that ability hasn't been changed again, right? It should be the same as before. If it worked last league, it probably works now. I don't know. If 25% Fizz is Chaos, oof, that would be huge, actually. That's actually huge when I think about that. Because, like, unironically, if that is the case by itself, it could just push like an instack wand trickster so far, because that's one of the main problems that you're going to run into, right? With all that removal, with just that is all right. Anyways, let's assume for now that this exists. Okay, so we've got 6% there, and then you would go, I don't know, life. Probably try to get suppression here if you can, maybe. I don't even know, do we need suppression? Suppress is at 70 currently. It will be at 85, so we need 15. We need a little bit, but it's probably easier to get it on... It might actually be pretty easy to get it on helmet. Maybe we go for like tier 3 suppression, like 10% is probably fine. This can be better. Yeah, just something like that, and then we craft either a resist or like evasion energy shield. Something like that for now. All right. That's probably better than Heat Shiver. Heat Shiver is a lot of damage, right? If the enemy is frozen, Heat Shiver is 51%. Jesus. I can't get baited, dude. It's just not worth. I probably won't need the damage. Maybe later with like a double corrupt or something, but like initially I can't get baited, dude. I just can't get baited. I just can't let myself get baited by it. All right, lightning coil for sure. Like this probably isn't even a question. This probably just isn't a question, right? It just has to be lightning coil. I don't care what the initial is. 110 and like 75 life. So I feel like it kind of has to be lightning coil. Maybe at the super duper high end, depending on what the implicit roll is, there might be some other crazy kind that would be good. I just had a horrible thought. The screams of millions of PoE players. I just had a horrible thought, chat. I just had an awful thought. You know how they're removing like fizz taken as from a lot of areas, but they particularly did not remove it from this chess piece or the other one? If this goes up to tier 2, it's not awful. Tier 2 is doable, right? Like you can get a tier 2 item and it's not like hard to get, right? It's going to be expensive, but it's not hard to get. If they up it to tier 1 though, I don't know what you realistically do on the right side of the tree. If they up it to tier 1, you probably just do a rare body armor with the fizz taken as implicit and just try to get good stats on it. I don't know what else you do. So that could be a problem. So we should probably assume something. So you just go evasion. The new top tier ones aren't in here, but we'll just do Zodiac Leather for now. Are the new life rolls in here? They're not. What does it go up to? Like 180 or something? So we can probably assume like 129 is probably easier to get now, yeah. And then you would just go... What? Yo, what's up, Penetration? What's up, gamer? I don't know. Just life? Just life and big evasion? Is like that all you can realistically do? There's nothing else. You would go Searing Exarch, Eater of Worlds. It would be an Eater of Worlds one, right? Like the implicit would be Eater of Worlds, yeah? So what are you giving up? Aura effect. Fuck. That's rough, dude. So you'd go this. What do we think tier 1 is going to be? If it's going up to 20, then tier 1 would be 14 to 15? (14 to 15, 15 to 16, 16 to 17, 17 to 18, 18 to 19, 19 to 20? Right? Or they don't overlap. Would it start at 10? What does current helmet ones look like? 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8. So if it's going up to 20 and there's 5 tiers, it would probably start at 10, huh? (10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19). Probably follow the same way Aura Effect does. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. So 9, 10, 11, 12. So realistically, you could get 10%. So that's what we're assuming here. So that's basically just what we're going to assume. And then probably Aura Effect we'd go for beyond that. And then we'd go for a big life roll, because chess pieces should be able to have more than that. We should be able to get like honestly, we should be able to put this like 150 or something. And then just as much evasion as we can realistically get. Like that's what we'd go for. I don't know, what else do you do? Cold Iron points will not work because we are using a wand as our basic attack. If you if you swapped to like spraying, can you use spraying with a dagger? What would you league start for Cable Warden? I mean, you could probably do Warden as... If you want to be a Wander, you would basically go bows as a Deadeye early on. The problem I have with Warden versus Deadeye is that, like, Ellie Hit of the Spectrum isn't really suffering from lack of damage. It's suffering, with CAP you can't do Elemental though. It would be, Replica, right? And then you'd convert it. Is probably how you do it. You do Replica and then you'd have to like convert it to fire or something. I don't know how you go about that. But yeah, I mean, the problem that I have with Elemental Hit of the Spectrum and Warden is that you're not really suffering from lack of damage, you're suffering from lack of utility. Deadeye gives you utility, and then it gives you the +2 proj, it gives you the mark effect, it gives you the tailwind. Warden has a bunch of cool stuff, but realistically, you can take all the elemental nodes and it's just a ton of damage, which is great if you're fine with that and you want nothing else. But the tincture nodes, you have to take like the 2 points just to even be able to use the tincture node, right? It just seems kind of rough. And as for playing Kinetic Bolt or Kinetic Blast, those are really hard to start as. You would want to be Elemental Hit of the Spectrum for sure. You want to be Elemental Hit for sure. The problem with going the tincture nodes is that you have to sacrifice 2 points just to be able to use them, and I just don't know how good that's going to be compared to Deadeye. Just hear me out here, okay? If you're playing a Wander build, the things that you want on wands, 2 projectiles is, yeah, but he's talking about a wand build, right? He's talking about a range build. Like 2 projectiles is way bigger than you think it is. It's actually really hard to get additional projectiles on a wand build without sacrificing a lot of damage. Like, are you going to use GMP? Because otherwise you have 1 projectile. You can get 1 projectile here from multi-shot, right? Like, you get 1 projectile here. And you can get 1 projectile from here, okay? So you're gonna have 3 projectiles and that's it. The ability to get more projectiles is gonna require a flask that's gonna be 6 to 10 divine on league start. Any tier list? The day of, most likely. Like, you're just gonna be lacking projectiles. Another thing is that Deadeye still has a lot of damage, right? 30% more damage here. This is like 15 to 20% more damage. And then this is movement speed, tailwind, damage, like just good in general. If you go Warden, you have to take 2 points here, okay? Like, you have to. This is just 2 points that you have to spend just on this. And if you're gonna go tinctures, you're obviously gonna want like an additional tincture, right? So now you've got 4 points taken. You can't take Enduring Suffusion here because you're basically just like, okay, well, I'm just all tinctures at this point. I guess you could do that if you just want to go all into tinctures and hate yourself. And then you take like 1 additional point. But I feel like if you're going a Warden, you almost have to go Avatar of the Wilds, right? Like, this feels mandatory on this Ascendancy. If you're not going Avatar of the Wilds, I feel like you're kind of trolling, yeah? You feel like you're trolling a little bit if you're not going Avatar of the Wilds. So that means you need to take 1 additional one here, right? So what is it? Like, Oath of Spring is pretty good, Hoarfrost is pretty good, Oath of Summer is pretty good. You take 1 of these, and then you take this, and now you've got 2 points left. 2 of them have, or you've got 4 points left. 1 of them has to be this, and then you need to either choose between additional tincture, which is probably what you do, and then you have to deal with the fact that the tinctures are just going to feel bad, right? Avatar is almost permanent uptime though. This is up a lot. If you're doing Elemental Hit of the Spectrum, right, you're already scaling a bunch of ailments. You're going to be getting 15 to 20 of this per second. It's going to be up for what? 66% of the time? Something like that? There's some strong tincture nodes. Yeah, but you're playing a wand build, right? You already have to stretch all the way up here to the top of the tree to be able to get this wand mastery. If you're not taking a wand mastery and you're not going Deadeye, good luck clearing, honestly. Like, you're just not going to be able to. The only thing I could even somewhat think of is that you'd have to go splitting as your main way to clear, and then you'd only have like 1 or 2 projectiles, right? That's it. But yeah, I mean, Avatar of the Wilds has 5 seconds of downtime, roughly, most of the time, right? As long as you're hitting things, this has maybe 5 seconds of downtime. So you should be able to have this whenever you want. And it's up for 10 seconds. That's enough to kill most map bosses. That's enough to kill most rares. Like, this is really strong. And don't underestimate the part where it says your hits always inflict freeze, shock, and ignite while unbound, right? Like, don't underestimate the always inflict freeze, okay? Especially if you're going Hoarfrost or Oath of Winter. Because enemies you freeze remain frozen for at least 2 seconds, yeah? This is just going to, like... You are just going to be perma-freezing stuff for the entire duration, right? You're always going to be inflicting freeze. And it's always at least 2 seconds. This combo is way stronger than you think it might be. It's very strong. Anyways, I hope Lightning Coil doesn't have a rarity nerf. That would suck, but it might. There's a chance that it might. Let's see here. Gloves are kind of set in stone. We kind of have to do a very specific thing with gloves. We don't have much of a choice here. Kinda just set in stone here. There are a lot of very important modifiers we need here. One of them is going to be Unnerve is pretty strong. This we could swap to something else if we wanted to. Freezes you inflict spread to other enemies. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, realistically, this is just Unnerve. Where is Unnerved? Nerve. Big. Magic Find got kind of nerfed. Magic Find got very nerfed. I think I saw a Reddit post about permanent tinctures. Yes, so if you're a warden, you can go permanent tinctures, but hear me out, okay? Like I was saying before, it probably is going to require this node, yeah? Like, they're going to have 30% less mana burn, and they'll linger on you for 0.5 seconds per mana burn on you when the tincture is deactivated. It's gonna feel very rough taking 3 points here. Like, it's gonna suck, right? Those tinctures are gonna have to be oppressively strong to make it worth it over having a god tier skill for clearing out single target and then like 1 or 2 of these, right? Now, if you're melee, this makes perfect sense, right? If you're melee, Warden seems busted, yeah? Because then you can go 1-2, and then you could take 1-2, right? You could take this, one of these, and this, and you're good. You don't have to worry about anything, right? You don't have that downside. If you're a wand build, you basically are forced to take this node, and it's gonna feel bad, right? It's just gonna feel bad. Going to feel bad. Now, there is some chance that there's some like random nodes that are just insanely, disgustingly broken for ranged builds, but they're probably also going to be insanely, disgustingly broken for melee builds. Like, I don't know. I think a lot of people are hyping up tinctures, and I think they could potentially be good. I also think a lot of people are potentially getting themselves a little overhyped for how strong tinctures are until we see the tincture mods, okay? All I can say is I would not be putting all of my eggs in the tincture basket before we even know what the modifiers are, okay? That's all that I gotta say. I know someone who's cooking a tech that syncs up timings for tinctures where you can have 4 tinctures up from the Warden lingering effect. Is that how this works? Is that how this works though? Is the lingering effect considered it still being active? Because I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Because it says the tincture is deactivated, but the effect lingers. And this node makes it so that you can have two active at the same time. So I don't know if the effect of lingering is considered being active. I get what you're saying. I'm not 100% certain. This is one of those things where it's like, I can see the rationale, and it might work. I would assume that it can, right? From what I'm reading here, I would assume that it can work. As for whether or not that's worthwhile, potentially. I mean, tinctures seem pretty strong. If you're going a full tincture build, it could be pretty good. All I have to say though, all I have to say is that, yeah, exactly. Like, good luck streaming and playing this build. Like, you're going to literally need a macro that like auto times the use of these tinctures so that you don't hate yourself. Now, if you're not streaming, by all means, dude, have fun. Someone asked earlier if you'd seen the new gems. We haven't gone over them on stream, but I mean, they seem cool. Like, the new gems seem good. I don't necessarily, do I want to go over on them on stream? Not really. Right, where are we at? We have this Dark Marionette maybe here. It's like, it's definitely good for sure. What's our... Oh yeah, so we need the belt as well. Anyways, we're making gloves. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here, okay? Let's not get ahead of ourselves here, chat. We're making gloves right now. This has to be cold damage. There's no getting around this. This has to be cold damage. We don't have a choice here. This is like all of our healing. We also need Pierce here eventually. Early on, this doesn't need to be Pierce. Later on, it has to be Pierce. So that's eventually what we're going to be going for. And then we probably just go for like life and evasion or something, right? If we can get suppression on it, woohoo. What's up, Azagarath? How's it going, gamer? If we can get suppression here, great. We're streaming again. I've just kind of decided that I'm going to relax a little bit when it comes to stream. I'm just gonna do whatever it is that I want. I'm not gonna care that much whether or not it's like good active content. I'm just gonna stream what I want to do. And it is what it is. Because the alternative is I just don't stream. Okay, more life. That's basically it, right? That's what we do. Those are the gloves we eventually use. Okay. The boots. I mean, realistically, the whole just content creation thing in general has kind of evolved in my brain. I've talked with this a couple times before, but I'm really genuinely considering getting into the background of content creation stuff. I think that to be able to effectively manage someone who's doing content creation, to effectively help people who are doing content creation, you have to have done it yourself. And I think at this point I've proven that I can do content creation if I want to, right? It's just not good for me. I don't have the I don't have the just the mental setup, the genetics to be able to sit on stream 5, 6 hours a day, 5 days plus a week and do all of that stuff. I just don't have it, right? Like it just doesn't work for me. However, I think it's good knowledge to have, like it's a good experience to have. I don't think that you should be telling people how to do something if you've never ever done it yourself. So it's obviously good information. But I've been thinking of moving to doing more of that either way. And I've kind of been messing around with it in the background quite a bit. And it's going well. Okay, anyways. Do we want scorched ground? Like, let's look at what we can do for boots. So, boot, evasion boots, stealth boot, boot. S. Brain turned off there for a second. Don't mind me. Okay, what are we looking at? Action speed or ground effect? Out of the ground effects that do exist, Scorch is probably the best. Sapped is cool. Brittle's cool. We don't need Brittle at all, though. There's a new Grasping Vine node, which can combine with Eater World boots, make all damage inflict poison. That seems very annoying, because then you have to use the Eater boots. But yeah. When I returned to PoE for Heist League, I followed your Poison BV build, and you were the first PoE content creator I followed, and I'm forever grateful. Glad to help you, dude. PoB for endgame? For endgame, I'll probably have to actually play the build. So yeah. I typically, these days, I don't make my own... I don't make like a list of League Start builds most of the time. Unless I already have stuff together that it's like obvious this is just what I'm going to make and what I'm going to do and put it out. Like it's a build that I played last league that already works. All my builds always get nerfed, so that doesn't work. But yeah, it's like, unless that's the case, action speed's actually not good here. I don't need more action speed. Like, obviously move speed would be great, but I don't need more action speed. I can't proc any more than I already am. I need cooldown reduction. I guess it is just Scorch Ground? The problem with Scorch Ground is I actually think you want to take the while a unique enemy is in your presence Scorch Ground. Like, I think taking the normal Scorch Ground is bait. Because sure, having the normal Scorch Ground for rares is fine, and it would be nice to have it for rares. But until you can get, like, the highest tier of it, it just lasts for such a short time. To where if you're, like, moving in between the boss or the rare mob, you're, like, just losing damage because you're moving around, right? So yeah, I think it's unique enemy in your presence. Not pinnacle boss, because that's not useful, but unique enemy in your presence is probably what you do, right? Yeah, I think that's correct. Cooldown recovery rate. How much is this? Ooh, it's very little. That's so little, actually. 5? There's no way that's worth it, right? Like, there's no shot that, like, 5 is worth it, yeah? I'd rather have, like, anything, yeah? What else can I get? It's gotta be something else useful here. Avoid elemental ailments. Is there anything else useful here? You say background? So here would be the idea. My like IRL background when it comes to my work that I've done throughout my life has always been management. And essentially the idea would be is that I would either be, well, I already kind of am, managing other content creators and like showing them how to do their content, figuring out and like mentoring them and doing stuff like that, doing consulting for content creators, being like, is this actually what you really want to do? That kind of thing. As a YouTube Premium subscriber, I love how so many streamers are multi-streaming to YouTube. YouTube Premium is goated, dude. I actually love YouTube Premium. Because the people who make videos get money from you doing YouTube Premium. That's what most of the money goes towards. It just like directly goes to the person making the content. All right. It's either... I mean, I probably don't need this because I'm just going to be immune to shock and chill and ignite aren't that big of a deal. Shock is all that really matters. You just don't want to be shocked. Is it actually cooldown recovery rate? There's no shot it is. It's actually cooldown recovery rate. That's so weird. That feels useless. Okay, this is one of those points where I feel like we look at unique boots. Like, this is one of those times where I feel like we need to just look at unique boots. Does this say boots? It does. What are these? Temptation Step. Yikes. Yo, at Ziri Step, boys. What does Intimidating Cry do now? What's Intimidating Cry do now? It's movement speed. I wouldn't be using Cat's Stealth though is the problem. Like, I'd have to get Cat's Stealth somewhere and reserve it. That just doesn't seem worthwhile. Interesting though. Yeah, I've had YouTube Premium forever. All right. Unironically, these are okay because the implicits aren't great, but Scorch is still good. We wouldn't be using a Purity mod. Okay, so straight evasion, armor evasion. It's not awful, but it's not better than having Scorch. We're not gonna be near stuff. Evasion energy shield. Sintrek is unironically okay, because we do need some energy shield, but I don't think it's actually, like, good. Not really useful. Stampedes are going to be expensive early, so it wouldn't even matter if I did want to use those. Bubonic Trail. Nah. Voidwalkers. Nope. Yeah, okay, so it's just rare boots still. 5% cooldown reduction is just... Oh, that just doesn't seem great. That just doesn't seem great. Can you... Okay, this is a bit of knowledge that I don't actually have. Can you take a pair of boots that have a built-in implicit and use one kind of, like, Searing Exarch or Eater of Worlds? Can you use one of those on it and have it maintain both? Or does it replace it immediately? Actually, I have no idea how that works. I don't think I've ever tried that. Replaces it? Okay. That idea's out. Yeah, I think it's just the cooldown recovery rate. Does their cooldown recovery rate even do anything, though? 6.06. It doesn't even do anything. I'll have to see if it does something when we have the... Let's do the belt. Okay, so craft item... Belt. What kind of belt do we want? Probably leather belt, right? Stygian's gonna be very expensive early. So we want a leather belt. And then I think it has to be what? Shaper is where cooldown is? How much cooldown reduction do we need? 7.58. Like what's the break point here? The break point is 14%. What's the next break point? $37. Oof, that's not gonna happen. So yeah, we just need 14 or higher. So basically like 15's fine, right? So yeah, I mean that just doesn't do anything because we're not gonna get there. Like the cooldown recovery rates actually is useless. The only time it would be useful is if this is too low and it just pushes us over. So like, this is just useless. It's just always so sad when there's just nothing good here. You basically would just take like chance to avoid elemental ailments or something. Like that's literally the only thing that even seems somewhat worthwhile. Nothing else here is good. Actually, I think there's just nothing good. Like cooldown recovery rate of travel skills doesn't really matter because we're probably going to be using like Frost Blink and Shield Charge. Right? I just don't think there's anything else useful here. So yeah, I mean, it's so useless to where I probably just don't even put anything, yeah? Like it's probably so useless, there's just no point in even putting anything there. Don't you love those kinds of problems, Phoenixia? All right, so we are at, how much suppression are we at? 90, so I need 10 again. So life, 10 suppress, movement speed. Life. Suppression of 10% should be good. Oh, do I even need suppression? Oh, I don't even need to have suppression on here, right? Because like just having the boots equipped gives me 5 over, so I don't even need it on one of these. So I can just like dump suppression somewhere. Like I don't have to have it. So I can have like evasion and then crafted movement speed with maybe onslaught or something. Probably onslaught, right? Something like that. And then just resistances for everything else. Okay. I'm probably gonna need minus mana cost on my rings. Because this stuff's gonna be expensive probably. This cost is high. 52 mana cost and I'm triggering it 3 times a second. Like I'm gonna be leeching energy shield, but I'm gonna need minus mana cost for sure. Like that's not even a question. What's the best anoint? Power charge? Probably. 7.4. Amulet. No. There's some Hobsky. We're gonna try it. I don't know how good it's gonna be, but we're gonna give it a shot. I'll give it a shot. Probably want like an int strength based amulet. Life. +1 cold. And then I don't know. Craft minus mana cost on here. Because we're gonna need a lot of minus mana cost. Like we're gonna need this everywhere, right? Like it's gonna be expensive. It's gonna be so expensive. And then anoint. It's probably power charge, right? I would have to imagine. Law of the Wilds. The spectral wolf claw. Good luck, gamer. Should be interesting to say the least. It's Wandslinger. It's not actually Wandslinger. These are pretty close, but it's definitely overcharge. They're pretty close, but it's overcharge, because overcharge has some other stuff with it. Okay. He's back, dude. The legend himself. The legend himself. Took this long, but he's back. It's not a big duck stream unless that random guy is in chat spamming some random horrible shit. Like, not only is it homophobic now, but it also seems racist. Nice. I'm on some list for some botnet where some guy always comes into here and does some weird bot message at least once per day that has some kind of like weird homophobic shit in it. I'm not gay, I'm straight, but I still managed to somehow get on some list for that. But now it looks like he's added racism to his list. Is Deadeye final? Deadeye's probably final for this. I can't see Warden being particularly better here. Alright, so add a build. And then what do we want to do with Ring? Probably just same stuff, right? Just some resist rings? Just random resist rings or life rings? We probably need resist rings. Amethyst rings would probably be pretty good. Amethyst rings are probably good with just like life. And crafted mana cost, because we're gonna need that mana cost to be lower for sure. Cast on crit. Like we're gonna need that mana cost to be lower for this to work. All right, 36 mana cost is much more doable. 117, like our leech covers that. That's much more doable. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't assume to know what kind of inner machinations are going on in the mind of someone who has a botnet that just spams stuff like that against people. I'm genuinely not sure. All right, so what are we missing skill-wise? Sniper's Mark? No, not Sniper's Mark. Blood Rage. Could consider Snake Pit here. Glad to help out her. Projectiles from spells cannot pierce. Would we want them to fork? We would want them to fork, right? Because we would be doing returning projectiles. Look at the crit of Beano's kitchen knife. What the fuck, dude? 12.3. I mean, it's a tier 0 unique. If it's good, it doesn't really matter. Makes it chain instead of pierce. Here's the thing is that if it cannot pierce, then we can't have it return, and we want it to return, right? Like, we're using returning projectiles pretty much no matter what, so it's like fork would have to be the answer, and then it would reduce our damage by half on single target would be the problem, so I don't know that we can use Snake Pit. Do not think that this works. T0 and 5C League Star. I mean, true. True. Okay. So, config. We are doing returning projectiles, 39% more damage. 2.46 without flasks is not bad. This is considering frenzy charges up, which we should have up. We'll probably have onslaught. We should have tailwind. 70 is fine. Ooh, oh no, it doesn't matter right now. Frozen should be unnerved. Standard bosses is what we care about. Gonna be League Start. I'm gonna League Start it. Is enemy on Scorched Ground? Yeah, sure. 2.9. Enemy blinded. I'll probably get like a blind tattoo or something. It'll be a League Start for me. I don't know that I'm gonna release this as a like, hey, you should League Start this build kind of thing. Like, I don't know that you should do that. I'll probably make a video about it just saying, hey. But, oh, this is what I put in here is 39% more damage for returning proj. Because it's not factored in. All right. Ooh, we're over on trigger rate. That means I can drop some trigger rate. Where do I drop trigger rate though? Here? I only have 97% chance to hit without that. It just seems like a good node. What are you gonna use before getting the core items of the build? There's not really core items. Like, these are just rares. Like, none of this is like core. You know? These are just random rares. Like, there's a couple things that are nice, but none of it's like core to the build. Like, this is just an essenced wand. And just a bunch of rares with just like defensive stuff on it. I have like suppression. What is it? Increased? I don't remember how to do this shit. To all elemental resistances. Is that how it's done? I have to put a plus there. There we go. All right. That's not bad. That's honestly not awful. 10.7 max fizz hit. The chaos hit's real low, but I don't have chaos res. Let's imagine we have plus 30% to chaos resistance. Like, let's imagine we have 10% chaos res. 6.7 chaos max hit's not that bad. Our evasion's really bad though. 65 is really fucking bad. I don't know how we improve that anymore. We probably get like one blind tattoo. That's probably enough. Because we'll be hitting everything. Let's get 2 blind tattoos. They shouldn't be that expensive. Evasion's gonna be higher in game. Oh yeah, that's true. Enemy is blinded, 70%. That's getting better. So maybe I'll be at 75 or 80% with better bases and such. It's not awful. It's not great, but it's not awful. Okay, this is with kind of whatever gear, and this is on a 5 link, right? Yeah, it's on a 5 link. Okay. This is still a problem because I'm overestimating damage. Very slightly, but I'm still overestimating damage. There's not really anything I can drop though. I could drop this, but it doesn't make a ton of sense. Because I don't actually have this much damage. Do I really have to do it this way? Do I just have to do 100% more attack speed? Why is that only proccing at 5.68? Do you see Garotha's League starting Bleed Retaliator? Seems fun. Why is this only at 5.68? Is it because... No, it has crit chance. Why is that not proccing that much? It should be hitting plenty fast enough to proc, so why is it not proccing? Why is it 1.45 estimated impact of skill rotation, cooldown alignment, and trigger chance? What? Am I missing something? What am I missing? I've never messed with cast on crit before in like PoB, so I don't know why this is this. And I'm trying to figure it out. So if anybody has any advice, because I don't play cast on crit. 5.68 is how frequently the skill is actually triggering. It's how frequently cast on crit's triggering. The trigger cap that I have is 7.58. But it's saying that I don't trigger enough for some reason. And I'm not sure why. I have a 100% chance to crit. I'm hitting 8.21 times per second. Is your attack speed too high? If it goes over, it drops CoC triggers. So I can't simulate it this way. That kind of sucks. Okay, what if I do 50% more attack speed? Does that simulate it better? It does. So I can't even use attack speed as a way to trigger it. Okay. I actually do have to just do the +2 here. But then this is not correct. This is not correct. I need to hit like exactly half, right? Because it's going to be hitting twice because of the returning proj. Going above them breaks DPS. Yeah, because I'm going to be doing returning proj, so it's effectively double of whatever I'm doing. So I need to lower this. Ooh, that's rough. This is why I don't like playing cast on crit. This is like prime example of why I don't enjoy messing with this, because you have to figure it out. But then once it's figured out, it doesn't matter. Okay. My hit chance is still capped, which is good. Skill trigger is down to 3.91. I need 3.79. Fuck. I need 3.79. This means I need to get crit and then craft attack speed, right? Onslaught, yeah, true. Onslaught would be bad. So we would change the boots. Probably just 24 move speed. True. And then we need 3.79. $3.59. Oh, that's gonna be so frustrating to actually get. We might need to take these nodes then. Alright, what do we drop? Not a lot to drop. $93, I don't really want to go much higher than that. We have a lot of unreserved mana left. Can I just get rid of these? It shouldn't matter, right? 2 mana cost is nothing. Like, that just straight up doesn't matter. Okay. So we can just drop that. That leaves us with 236 mana. We just drop those. Oh, we're way over now. 3.79. Da, da. 4.07. 07 is true. $3.72. $0.91. Wait, 8% attack speed? Right, is there any good wand masteries that we care about? A nerve doesn't matter, it gets us another implicit, but eh. Intelligence is added to accuracy rating with wands. No, none of that matters. Okay. This is gonna be a nightmare. Additional proj also doesn't matter because we're just using this to trigger, right? 3.91. 3.82. 3.72. This is gonna have to be the other way around. There's no way to, like, I'm going to have to craft it. Like, I'm just gonna have to try to get like tier 3 or something crit. I have to craft this. There's no other way that I can get around it. .65, 3.76. Okay, so 7.75, 7.57. So we need half of 7.57 actually, which you can't get. It's 3.78 is realistically what we want. Can we not actually hit it? How does it even work with returning proj? Like, are we just never going to be able to be purely efficient? Like, is it just never going to happen? Is that the problem here? I guess nothing is ever perfect. Like, you're never going to perfectly hit these cast on crit numbers anyways, unless you're just like sitting there holding right click. So it probably doesn't matter that much. It's probably better to be very slightly over, right? Like, just even by just 1. Like, you just want to be ever so slightly over. I guess we could simulate that. Let's see. So 1. What are we cooking? An inedible meal is what it feels like. Cast on crit, power siphon, ice spear. All right, let's see. So 100% more attack speed. 7.5. 101% more attack speed. 7.54. 102% more attack speed. 7.57. Okay, so that puts us at 2.7. If we are ever so slightly up, how much damage do we lose? Oh, it's not actually that much. Okay, it's not actually that much. We want to be slightly over. Yeah, because 102 is perfect, right? Because it hits us at 7.57. Oh, even slightly less is fine. Oh, it's not even that bad. Yeah, like the it's not even that bad. We just need to be close. Like, we don't have to be exact. Okay, it doesn't matter that much. We just need to get as close as possible. All right. I figured that I was overthinking it. How you feel about Lightning Strike Slayer? I mean, Slayer seems really good. Warden seems pretty good. I don't know. I think Tuna's cooking Deadeye as well. But yeah. So 3.75 would work then. Let's go ahead and take. Okay, we took that out. Yeah, so I mean, this is fine, right? Like this, we just want to get as close as possible. It doesn't actually seem to matter that much as long as we're close. So this is good. Like we just have to use whatever number we have and PoB ourselves and adjust the points to be as close as we can realistically get. And we can use these attack speed nodes here to get as close as we need to be, right? Like if we need more, we can take more. If we need less, we can take less. We can use these to adjust it. That's perfectly fine. No issues there. And we don't even need this accuracy node here if we take these. So that's good. Okay, solid. 2.8, 2.7 seems pretty solid. Like that's not bad. That is not bad. This is without flasks. There's not even really a damage flask I would use, so because we're not going to be using a brain. Come on, diamond flask. All right, so here's where we go into the depths. This is where we figure out. All right, so ice spear, and then on crit. This is where we need to like just search for ideas. So there's some people playing this, but I would guess that almost all these people are playing Cyclone. I would guess basically every single one of these people are playing Cyclone. If I had to just hazard a guess, yeah, okay. So what are these people doing and what can we learn? +1 cold skill, gems, shield is okay. Like there's lots of good stats there, but you lose suppression, which is big. Can't do that, sorry. I could maybe do this, but you know. Unnerve, increase the effect of your marks. What am I using? Oh, I'm using leech, that's so much better. Oh, they're probably using a cluster jewel that gives them leech, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, I forgot about cluster jewels. Ooh, we're eventually gonna be using zealotry, right? Zealotry plus rational doctrine would probably be good much later, but right now it's not that great. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Don't miss me too much, chat. We simulated it. Yes, my attack rate is slightly too high, but even in PoB, like if your attack rate is over, like if you go above 7.57, you lose damage, sure, but it's not that much according to PoB. It's just gonna be impossible to ever get it right. I'll be right back though. All right. Let's see. Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure if you're behind on the YouTube video or whatever it is, but yeah, I mean, we simulated it. All right, so let's see here. What were we looking at? Rational Doctrine could be good, for sure. Like later on when we're using like Mage Blood and stuff, that's a whole different ball game. Let's not even think about it, to be honest with you. Hydrosphere? Doesn't seem super worthwhile. We have a source of power charges, so that doesn't really matter. Inspiration's not horrible, but we honestly don't need the crit. Petrified Blood, huh? Clarity. Probably don't need clarity either. Oh, we actually need to put in our movement skill. Shield charge. Faster attacks. Crossblink, probably? Probably just something like that. Okay. Probably use a Quicksilver, probably use a Jade. Probably won't use a Silver Flask. Ability Flask. Quicksilver. What do we want here? We could... Should we do the, like, increased effect of flasks tech? Probably not. It's got a letter in the mail to terminate my auto loan early. We can help you pay off your $458. Hell yeah, dude. Take that $458. We can help. Why Power Siphon over Tornado Shot? Because it's really, really, really easy to cap crit with Power Siphon. Like, it's disgustingly easy. You can have crit cap on Power Siphon at like level like 35 or something. Like, it's disgusting. This is just meant for early league. As for where I'm gonna go with this, I've got no clue, dude. I don't think we do reduced duration, increased effects. Like, we could take Careful Conservationist and get the Flask Mastery and all that stuff. Like, enemies you kill are effectively... We could do all that, but... I'll test it and see if it works, but... We'll be chilling everything no matter what. Like, that's where everything's gonna be chilled, so that would work, but... I just don't know that the flasks that we'll use will be worth it. Like, maybe it is. It might be, but I don't know. Let's just do nothing on the flask for now. So Quicksilver. What else do we want to use? We definitely want to use a Jade, for sure. Jade makes sense. What else? Diamonds a no. Probably an Amethyst. Like, Amethyst would just be nice. Oh, we don't have a source of phasing, so it might be Quartz Flask. Can I get phasing anywhere? We're pretty far from phasing, honestly, and phasing would be really nice. So yeah, it might be a Quartz Flask, as much as that would suck. But what else do I even use? Like, what other flask is there to even use? Stibnite, you know, like, I'm already gonna be blinding stuff. It would be good, but sulfur. So I guess Quartz Flask is fine. Because quartz will feel a lot better while I'm just running around. Alright, and then, oh, these aren't even quality. Save. Save. And then... Life Flask, Divine... with... Seething, probably. So like that, and then we'd probably have these up while clearing. Evasion is looking better. With the Jade Flask up, Evasion's looking a lot better. 75 is much better, and it'll probably be higher than that with the new bases and everything. So that's looking much better. 75 Evasion doesn't feel like I'm just gonna fall over randomly. Still doesn't feel great though. Okay. Need strength. Where do I get strength? I can craft strength on gloves, but I can't craft strength on gloves. I could probably get strength on like a ring or something. I could go a strength belt. I might have to go a strength belt, honestly. Strength belt and then 130 strength node. So that. And then strength belt. What's the skill that's requiring me to need that much? What's shield charge? Oh. Never mind. I mean, I can take one strength node. I'll probably need it either way, but... Okay, so level 16 shield charge. Oh, no. Okay... You go negative 200 lightning res? I'd have to be lightning damage. Kinda hard with Ice Spear. If you just mean for yourself, like just as a generic question, Doriani's, as far as I know, doesn't work with those other things. Like penetration and exposure won't matter because you can't. I don't know. Can you penetrate through negative? God, I don't remember how. I don't remember how Doriani's works because it just sets it to that. I'm not sure if you can penetrate negative, but you probably if either of them can, penetrate would. But I'm pretty sure Doriani's just says they are, right? Doriani's prototype. Because Doriani just said nearby enemies have lightning resistance equal to yours. So penetrate should work. But I don't know that making it further works. Like, I don't know that trying to reduce it more works. You have to reduce your own. You Call of the Brotherhoods. Call of the Brotherhood does lightning to cold. It would be the other way around. You can't go, as far as I know, backwards when it comes to conversion. All right, anyways. I think this is about where we end up, right? Like, I think this is about the base level. Like, this is a good enough landing point for me to at least league start it, right? And now I just have to figure out the leveling and stuff. Because the higher level stuff, I mean, we basically just drop some of these damage nodes and go for cluster jewels, right? Because we would want like a large cluster jewel that has Doriani's lesson on it so that we can drop the glove implicit to get something else. Like blanketed snow would probably be pretty good. We could get the projectile nodes. Aerodynamics would be okay. We could get crit ones. Can I play this build even if I'm a noob? I would suggest not playing this build if you are a noob. Okay, so now we need to figure out leveling. Oh, this is a lot harder. So realistically, we just need to do some testing and we need to figure out if we can theoretically even do this. Because the alternative is we just play a bow build to like 50 and then swap over, which is fine. So... Okay, so we're gonna play a bow build either way, right? In theory, they should be easier, yes. If in theory they are easier, we go here without question. Like not even a single question in my mind, we just do this. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12. 12 is not hard. We probably... Do we go for point blank? I mean, you kind of have to go for point blank, right? And then we start coming this way? At what level can we realistically swap? It's like 45, right? Returning proj is useful the moment that you get 1 pierce. Probably just take that node. Life. Ooh, this is a lot of travel, though. We would need to be able to swap around here. This is 45. 1 power charge would need to be enough. I can spell, dude. 1 power charge would need to be enough. What base type do we want? Carved one? Carved or engraved one, either or, right? Oh, we're not gonna be able to use that. It has to be a carved one. Yeah, so it has to be... We just need to find a carved one. Then we need to craft crit on it, like the lowest crit, right? What level does this require? Like that would be our weapon, right? Like literally just this. We would hope to find a spell essence or something, you know? Like we'd hope to find like the lowest tier spell damage essence. Like Whispering Essence of Woe, we'd hope to find, like, this would hope to be our weapon, right? So we have that. New leveling. Power charges. Skills, manage, new leveling. We're like level 40, right? Ooh, we're gonna be short on int. So we need an int node. Which is fine. Okay, 44, level 10. Match character level. Cast on crit. Ice, spear. We need a 4-link to make it work, right? What's the 4-link? At this point, we should be able to have second lab, which means we'll be here. So we'll have additional proj, so that won't matter. So we don't need multi-proj here. Is this returning projectiles? That would make us proc more. But what's our crit chance? Okay, so we're making the swap, meaning we're dropping all of this, right? 36. Theoretically, we should have gold here, and we should be able to drop all of that, all of this. We should be able to put a bunch of points into whatever we want. Yeah, theoretically. We'll have precision leveled up to 7. %51% crit already? %62% crit? This honestly might have to be crit chance. That puts us at 91 at level 44. With this power charge. Do you have any merch? At this point, I don't have merch, no. Oh, is this an ad? I just looked at your name. Kind of looks like an ad. Are we cold calling in the middle of my stream? All right. Let's see here. That's doable. 91%'s good, but that's without returning proj. The new bleed mastery? I haven't looked at bleed. Not that it would help here at all. Bleed, 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 bleed. Internally bleeding in my brain. Can I really not find bleed just by looking? I figured it. Okay, there we go. 80% increased critical strike chance against bleeding enemies. That's honestly pretty good. If I'm not doing returning, then I don't need these. It's kind of a problem, though. The fact that I need increased crit strikes. It's kind of a problem. Thinking emoji. Diamond Flask wouldn't be realistic this early on. I should have attack speed. Attack speed is just better than projectile damage there. Is it better early on? Probably. No, projectile damage is actually really good early. Oh, but attack speed's good later. Projectile damage would be better overall because Ice Spear is a projectile. Use our brain. Do we go this way? Is this where we head to assassination? That honestly might fix it. That's 47. 100% crit chance. What about... I dropped this. 71. Ugh. It's rough. Assassin's Mark? Question mark? I'm not gonna be able to... It's not gonna work. Is 71% crit enough? Ooh. Ooh, we could do this, right? Is this enough? 77? I really want returning Proj. You know if you'll play Connect Bolt this league? I'll probably mess around with some kind of wand build at some point, yeah. I'm just not sure what. Is Bone Shatter still good or better to take something with bigger profits? Bone Shatter is probably still fine, but just follow what Karn does. If Karn is playing Bone Shatter, then Bone Shatter is probably good. If Karn's not playing Bone Shatter is probably not good. Bone Shatter Juggernaut versus Gladiator? I don't know what you would choose. I would choose whatever Karn does, which is probably Slayer. But if you had to choose between those two, probably Jug. How do we solve this crit issue? Because it is an issue. I don't know how we solve it. I have power charges. How do I get more crit without using increased crit strikes? Like, I can just use increased crit strikes. It's not that big of a deal. These points are still good, but maybe they're not as good as this. True Strike? It's pretty far. It's pretty far. I could go here, but that's crit strike multi, that's crit strike chance. I don't think you should play Rage Vortex of Berserking as a ranger, no. I don't think that's a good idea. Just if I had to guess, I don't think that's a good idea. Alright, let's say you made it to there. Is that enough? 77. 84. Yeah, it just seems a ways away. Do you have to swap at maps? It's probably better to swap at maps, right? Like if we're being honest with ourselves, it's just better to swap at maps no matter what. And then you drop all of this stuff and move it up to here, right? Like, just be honest with me, chat. My dream of swapping at like level 40 is just cooked, right? Like my brain is just overheating, trying to desperately look for some way to be able to do it, because it's not gonna work, right? Because the thing is that I think you can do it, but it requires increased crit strikes. Like, you'd have to use this as your 4-link, and I just have to think to myself, is not having returning Proj here worthwhile? Like, maybe it actually is. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe returning Proj just straight up doesn't matter here. What's the crit on my Ice Spear? 61 in the first form. 100. Maybe I was too harsh on you too soon. Maybe I was too harsh on you too soon. Hey, what's up, Jasek? How's it going, gamer? 53, 11,000 DPS with just a carved wand on. With increased crit strikes. Crit mastery on full life. For clearing, unironically, that could be good. That's kind of funny. But probably not. That's not bad damage. For like leveling through the campaign, 12, 13,000 is not bad. But it would be so much better with returning proj. And I just have to ask myself, like, is it gonna be better than if I was just a bow character? And the answer is almost assuredly no. Shield Crush Jug? Would you go Jug though? I don't know that you'd go Juggernaut. You get refund for gold? I know you get refund for gold. I know that. Just level his bows. I know you're right, and I should just swap at maps. Level his bows and swap at maps. Okay. Alright, Alright, chat. Does this reset all your trees? It shouldn't, right? Okay, it doesn't. So, leveling his bows, pretty stock standard. If we're trying to make it reasonable to be able to swap, we don't connect this way, we go this way. We don't want life. We probably just take this because it's just going to be better. We're 42, so we probably go for Pierce for returning. And then we start heading this way. Grab leech, instant leech, life, 30 life. We're not going to be crit at this point. 50. These points are fine. They're not bad. $54. What else can we take? I could take more life here. I have to be careful about how much life I get early on because of precise technique, though. I could go this way. It's not awful. Alright, hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, you know what I can do? Havoc.
Okay.
2 days ago, Storm, Rain, Deadeye. Oh, he's doing Storm right now, huh? Where's his PoB? He found an Elevore, dude? What about Shield Crush Jug for stones, tier 16 map boss and elite packs? I mean, maybe you could do it. It's just I don't see Jug being that good anymore. Like, I don't see a big reason to go Jug. But I mean, if you're gonna go a Marauder, you can go Jug. But is there a reason not to just go Gladiator? And try to go Bleed or something? I don't know. Like, if you're dead set on Shield Crush, like, maybe I guess you could go Jug, but like, would you not just go, yeah, like Gladiator or Slayer or something? Like, I feel like it's just gonna be better. Defensive, offensive, everything. Oh, he doesn't have the early trees in here. Do I have to just like crawl through this video? What does this PoB look like? I need to see him level up. Let's go to the last time he leveled up. Damn, bro. He forces... Is that forced crit early? No, it's not. Okay. That's his pathing? Huh. Okay, what about later? So he's Storm Rain here. I want to see him put points in. This is a Storm Rain swap. Does he do a tree change at all? It seems like he changed some points. Put a point in. Okay, so this is what his tree looks like now. He did go for additional proj. Additional proj wouldn't be terrible. I want to see the bottom portion of his tree though. Oh wait, he put a point in somewhere? When did he do that? Show me the bottom portion of your tree, Havoc. What's it in here? Okay. He swapped that early off of crit. Or 2 crit. Wow, that's so early. He's like barely hitting maps at this point. He just forces it, huh? Thinking emoji. I'm not sure here. I am not sure here. Okay, so going off of this, we'll close that because we don't need that anymore, or that. I could take these points, like this is okay. All of this was fine, like this seems all fine. I could take leader of the pack, actually. Like, an additional 20% reservation is not bad this early. I'd have to drop that later, and it might not be super useful. I'm not sure. It probably is. Like, it'd probably be nice to have that much extra aura. I don't think I come this way. I probably just start heading up, right, and just deal with it. I probably just start dealing with it. I could take Mark the Prey and Mark Mastery, like it's probably fine. Just start using Sniper's Mark here. Curious, did he take it? Let's see. Probably not super useful because we mainly care about clear though. Just start heading up this way, grab the life, just start going this way. Screw it. That's probably what we do. What are we using to crit with? Power Siphon. But I'm trying to figure out how to level his bow, and if bow just ends up being best. So come through here, go down here, get normal bow stuff. Come up this way. I basically need to hit like 68 worth of points. Of just useful things, whatever they might be. I can't take too much life until we swap. We could take this, but it's not useful at all later. But it's definitely better early. Like, attack speed's fine. Why not Assassin? Because Assassin doesn't have anything that we need. Like, the whole point of going Power Siphon is that we don't need to scale crit at all. Like, we're going to be capped crit by doing almost nothing. Like, Assassin doesn't do basically anything for us. We're going to be using Power Siphon, so we generate power charges. We're already capped on crit. I mean, Assassin's like a little bit of damage. Whereas Deadeye is going to be damage, additional proj, movement speed damage, mark effect. All that good stuff. I guess we could go here, but we don't really need it because we're gonna have this. Yeah, I guess we actually just start traveling. Like, this hurts. This feels awful. But I guess we just start traveling. Because we're gonna need to swap to here anyways. And at this point, we're probably gonna do so much damage it won't matter. Yeah, see, I hate clunky meme damage. I avoid that as much as possible. And then, yeah, we just head towards there. So this is banking on the idea that we're going to have a decent amount of gold, and we'll be able to use that gold to respec a lot. That is the assumption here, because otherwise, I mean, like, this is a lot of respec. This is so much respec. It's like 30 plus respec. Oh, that's awful. That's awful. That's awful. Can I just force it? Can I just level as, like, trolling magma? Can I just self-cast Ice Spear? Ours level 12. I wonder if I can just force it. Like, I wonder if I could just be a caster. That's gonna feel awful, right? Compared to bows, it's gonna feel awful. There's like no damage for me to take. There's just nothing. Yeah, can't do that. All right. Has to be bow. And if I go bow, this section is just so good. If I don't do this, like, bows are just not as good because I'm giving up literally 70% more damage. I just don't need that, maybe. I don't have to take that. It's not ideal. These nodes are good, though. Like, these nodes are good. Attack speed, accuracy, damage. I technically don't have to take them. Much less respec. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 32, 45, 26, 27, 22, 9, 30. 30 respec isn't the worst. Duelist most popular class this league? Oh, for sure. Duelist most popular class, and it's going to be tied 40% Gladiator, 49% Slayer, and 1% Champion. I could see Slayer or Gladiator hitting like 15 to 20% early in the league, potentially. Who am I kidding though? It's going to be Deadeye again. Imagine playing anything but Deadeye, dude. People are just gonna be like, oh, new league, PoE, playing bow build. Okay. 20% use case on Deadeye. And all will be right with the world. Alright, it's probably this, yeah. It's probably this. Go out here, grab this stuff. Come down here, grab this stuff. Up here, this. Spectral throw? No, spectral throw doesn't make sense. Basically, the idea is that we get to about this point. Around here, well, realistically, we just want to make it to maps. We're betting 3 Divine on whether or not Archmage support in week 1 on Ninja will be greater or lesser than 12%. That's a tough one. That's a tough one, honestly. I couldn't tell you. Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you what it would be. If I had to guess, like if you put a gun to my head and you're like, all right, what is it? I'd say over, is what I'd say. Put a gun to my head. End of week 1. Actually, let me think. End of week 1. Week 1, it might not be over 12%. Because it's a week. I don't know. That's a toss-up, but probably greater. Archmage is going to be really popular. I don't know where else we go from here, realistically. Yo, what's up, Priscilla? How's it going, gamer? I don't know where it goes from here, realistically. Probably just up. Like, we probably just go this way. We start grabbing stuff. Prepping for the swap. In other news, Crip is giving people misinformation that volley allows spectral throw to hit with multiple blades. Listen, okay? You should be nice to your grandparents, okay? Crip is from a different time, right? It's okay. This, roughly. And then And then we swap. $66. We cut here, we cut here, cut here, cut here, cut here. What drama? There wouldn't even be drama. It's not even that interesting. It's funny, but like, that's assuming that he even said any of that. Who knows? Could just be Phoenixia riling us up. Classic Phoenixia, dude. That's not too bad. That's not awful. Because we're just going to want to go for crit, since we're going to have tons of crit at this point. $60. We could probably go here. $63. $56. Yeah, that's probably fine. Something like that. Not ideal by any means. It has like no life on it, but this is the point where we would probably start getting life. Like as we went into the maps, we'd probably start grabbing life. Something like that, and then we would just figure it out. So we'd hit maps, we'd want to hold on to a wand of some sort, and then we'd swap them. So I guess the next step is downloading the patch, apparently. Is this scene even set up properly? Oh, it is. Where do I even test this? Probably this character, since heist stuff is probably not going to work. Oh, I have a bunch of these. This is like an ancient character. What does this character have on it? Has like nothing. All right, perfect. Okay. All right, let's see. Heist strategy is still the same, yes, but the character is not the same. They nerfed everything pretty hard. I have combat focus socketed on this character? Jesus. Wait, what just happened? Oh, did I just lose everything? Wait, what? What the? What just happened to my... That was so weird. I have no idea what just happened to like my character or anything there. That was very strange. Man, I have some ancient stuff on here. Was this my Ellie hit character from way back in the day? Is that what this character is? Is that like the Ellie hit Deadeye from years ago at this point? All right, we have to redo all this. And we won't put anything there. Up here. Need some of that. Need some of this. You guys are overestimating how inflammatory that sentence is. You're just desperate for drama. You just want it to be drummed up so you have something to look forward to in your lives. But I'm here to tell you that it's not as inflammatory as it seems. There's just memes. Okay. Alright. We good? I think I have most everything I care about here. Like, obviously I could get other stuff, but I don't want to put too many points in because I don't want to go overboard. We'd be here, right? So theoretically, we're entering maps. Would I go Gathering Winds or would I go Focal Point? I don't know. Let's just say we only have 2 for now. Okay, and then we need a wand. You have an engraved wand. Yeah, I have thoughts on the whole Lance versus Rue thing. I don't even know where to begin, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Let's see. All right, carved wand. This is what we want.
Goodbye.
Oh, I don't have Awakened PoE trade on. It's not even about being funnier, honestly, either. Okay, so realistically, if we're talking about the Lance versus Rue thing, I watched 90% of the Lance video. Okay, I watched like 90% of Lance video, okay? If Lance had just made the first 3 minutes of that video, like just the first 3 or 4 minutes, and he had said, Rue is not a guide maker, instead of saying Rue is not a build maker, I probably could have just been like, eh, whatever, okay, it's fine. I wouldn't have said anything. But calling probably the most prolific, as well as like tested build maker in the entirety of PoE at this point, not calling that person not a build maker, the one who has innovated more builds than almost anybody else, is considered by most of the best players in the game to be the best build maker that exists. And literally, I want you guys to understand something when it comes to making builds, okay? When you're making a build in Path of Exile, to actually make a good build is a huge amount of effort. It's not a small amount of effort. To make something that works at the very tip top level, right? Like at the very tip top level, it is very hard to make a build, okay? And it's very hard to make one build, one unique build. If we go and look at, I don't know, like let me go into Rucord real quick. Is there like a link somewhere that just has his... Is there like a link somewhere in Rucord where it just has... Yeah, here we go. Okay, he's got all of his documents. You just look at this, dude. You don't need to go further than just looking at like his list from, I don't know, last league. Like, Like, look at this, dude. Like, even if we cut out all of these, okay? Even if we cut out all of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 builds. And a lot of these are like very different kinds of builds, right? Like they're like different POBs. 14 builds. And all of these are like top quality POBs. They may not be like the most powerful builds, but a few of these are the strongest builds in the entirety of the game. I don't get how you can say that he's not a build maker of all things. Are you in Rucord? I'm in most of the just random discords for Path of Exile content creators. If I've ever interacted with them ever, I'm probably in their Discord. Okay, so anyways, moving beyond that, let's go to what we were doing before. Also on Archmage DD. I'm not looking for any excuses to play DD, if I'm gonna be honest with you. So like, if you want to play Archmage DD, by all means, dude, go for it. Come on, just give me 19, please. Okay, so we have this. Buy some random gems from Lily here. Power Siphon. Power Siphon, cast on crit. Ice Spear. Increased critical strike chance is what we needed. Yeah, we needed increased critical strike chance to make it work. All right, and then the goal is that we should be able to just attack like this. It should proc a whole bunch, right? Let's get some auras. Herald of Ice. I need like any other piece of gear. Hide remove only tabs. Maybe I'll have something sitting around somewhere that I can use. Sure. All right. Where did I just put my Herald of Ice? Okay, Herald of Ice, Grace, and Precision. Grace, Precision. Okay, so we have all of those. Now let's just go somewhere and just see what happens. Like, it needs to be early because I'm on like literally all level 1 gems and I have no gear on. I just need to see if this functions. Like, the mobs here are probably going to actually kill me. Why are they not? Oh, that attack speed is atrocious. However, oh, I'm not using these flasks though. Let's just take them off, just in case. So I have a little bit of life and resistances. I've got Herald of Ice, Grace, and Precision on, and this tree. My main issue that I'm running into right now is that attack speed feels awful, and I'm not critting that frequently. I don't have power charges. Yeah, this attack speed feels awful. But like, when I do get the power charges, I guess this is solved when I level up a little bit, right? Oh, and my crit isn't leveled up either, so I guess that makes sense. It's like my crit chance isn't leveled up. My power siphon isn't leveled up. My ice spear is not leveled up. My main issue right now is this attack speed. This is 100% the main issue. Why Power Siphon over Kinetic Blast? The Power Siphon is because it's very easy to cap crit. I also don't think I'm hitting. Yeah. We need to level up the gems for this to work. So, realistically, if we're going to do this, we're going to have some of the gems leveling in the off. And... like, some of them will be leveled up normally anyways. Well, keep in mind, I'm in a 44 level zone, and my Ice Spear requires level 19 currently. And I have nothing equipped. Yeah, my main concern here is actually attack speed. So on the wand will be a little bit faster attacking later, but we're gonna need attack speed. Like, we're gonna need a carved wand with like attack speed on it. Like, that's just gonna be non-negotiable. Blood Rage sort of solves that. You're getting 15% more APS. Yeah, that as well. Blood Rage sort of solves that. I don't have anywhere to put it. It shouldn't link with any of those, right? Like, I should just be able to put it there, and it shouldn't link with any of those. What is it linked to? Oh, it's gonna link to cast on crit. Shit. Okay. That still doesn't feel better. But I should get some frenzy charges while I'm hitting stuff. And then that kind of means that I want the frenzy charge nodes here. Yeah, that attack speed feels bad. So we're realistically gonna have to fix that. I don't know exactly how we fix that. Because, like, I could just roll this until I get crit or attack speed on it, right? Like, I could do that. But that's not going to be realistic early. Like, how many alterations am I going to use right when I hit maps to try to hit attack speed or crit? Like, I just don't think that's realistic, right? Like, maybe I could hit very low tier crit and it might be fine. Because, like, I've seen it a couple times and it's not that bad. We could go for a very low tier essence. Like, we should be able to, we should be able to use like a super low tier essence that we can even buy off of the, like, the trade thing. Yeah, I think that's more likely. All right, so we could use an attack speed or a crit essence. I've got a bunch of useless tabs sitting around here. Wailing is the lowest that exists. Okay, so say we use something like that, right? Okay, say we use something like that, so we'll have to... Oh. Sockets are not empty. They hit it with like a random essence? Oh. Thought that was a higher tier essence. Okay, so white. Come on, man. You can do me like this. Okay, good enough, right? So say we hit something like this. This is awful. Horrible wand. But it's got some attack speed on it, yeah? 10%, 11% attack speed, and we put crit. We should be able to buy something better than this for 1 chaos, okay? And it'll be faster, so that's a little better. And then we should be able to use Blood Rage. That should be a little bit better. Let's see how that feels. We would be wands while we're, or we would be bows while we're just doing normal stuff. All right, immediately it just feels way better. That's way better. Yeah, it feels way better. Okay. So even just with Blood Rage and other stuff going, that immediately feels way better. And obviously our gear would be way better than this as well. Well, keep in mind, like, my what's it called? My Ice Spear is still level 3. Yeah? Like, I just bought, like, the lowest level gems, the lowest level everything, so Blood Rage is gonna kill me. Yeah. So that's definitely much better. Not if we can't proc stuff, though. Yeah, see, we need the power charges initially. If we don't have those power charges, it feels miserable, though. I'm also not leeching. I thought I had the nodes. Kill me? I thought I had the nodes that give me, like, some... Oh, I didn't take them. No fucking wonder. Alright, there we go. I was like, why am I not leeching at all? Like, why am I not getting anything? Like, I should be getting something from hitting stuff. Yeah, once we have that leveled up and we actually have, like, real gear and stuff, it'll probably feel a lot better. Because, like, right now, it's not feeling great with low-level gems, for sure. But conceptually, it seems to be working, especially when there's lots of enemies to hit. But I am slightly worried about single target. I guess we should have marks by now, right? Like, we should be able to have mark on hit by now, yeah? That means I need another piece of gear, though. I kind of just want a bad piece of gear. Can I not have a bunch of good pieces of gear? Why do I have this? What? I mean, a shield would be nice. That doesn't have a bunch of really good stats on it. I mean, I guess that's not that good of stats. It's just life. All right, mark on hit, sniper's mark. Like, that should help, right? Let's see. Currently we're working on just, like, seeing if this power siphon, cast on crit, whatever, seeing if it even functions. Which it seems that it does. It seems that it does. That already seems a lot better. Yeah, that already seems a lot better. Not great, though. Especially not when we're that close. Oh, I was running out of mana. Okay. How do I fix mana this early? A mana flask? I can probably use a mana flask, right? Yeah, mana flask is probably the fix there, which isn't really that bad. There is definitely this like little interim period where you don't have power charges that's kind of annoying. But conceptually that seems to work, even with unleveled gems and like missing a whole bunch of gear and stuff. We're currently at level 23 gems. Cast on Critical Strike is 38 because that's the lowest I can buy it at. Yeah, currently we're at level 23 gems in a level 44 area, and we're casting a spell. Which means we're probably doing less than half of the damage that we should be, right? A life flask would probably be good here. Yeah, it doesn't seem bad. Like, obviously, there's still tons of issues that it just stem from me having this gear. But I mean, like, at a theoretical level, it auto-targets. Like, I don't have to target anything. It doesn't matter where I click. Both the cast on crit auto-targets and the power siphon auto-targets. So I literally just stand here and just right-click and just don't think, right? It doesn't seem bad. It definitely doesn't seem bad. What would I take as the third point here? Would I take Gathering Winds or would I take Focal Points? Probably Focal Point, right? Gathering Winds would be really nice. This is single target damage. Honestly, it's Gathering Winds. And now that I think about it, it's not even a question because of the attack speed. Like, when I thought about it for more than 1 second, like, yeah, attack speed, for sure. Am I just gonna die to Blood Rage? Oh, never mind. Yeah, okay, and then we would have Shield Charge, faster attacks. So I need another piece of gear. And we would also have boots equipped. I'm not gonna have 30% move speed boots. Okay, I mean, I guess. So what happens when you're dealing with thick rares coming at you in melee? I mean, eventually the goal would be to have returning projectiles, right? Like, we don't even have returning projectiles at the moment. I don't exactly know when we can realistically swap. There's a chance that well, as soon as we get a 5 link, returning projectiles is the 5th link, right? And then the projectiles are just coming back, which should be fine. Okay, so I feel so much better already. Okay, so that. Let's also just buy this just for now. Let's just buy returning projectiles for right now. We won't use it yet, but we'll buy it. Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna do, Alzi. All right, so okay, I need to go to a new instance here. Because the thing about it is that even if we crit less, we're technically going to be hitting more. Problem is, it'll just be less. Because I think a return is going to have the same crit chance. Shield charge here. Also keep in mind that Deadeye is just doing nothing right now, right? Like my far shot is just doing nothing right now. Like keep that in mind. We would just have, at range, we would have 30% more damage here, right? That doesn't seem bad. All right, so returning prod instead of crit strikes. I have a feeling this is probably going to be worse. Oh, I need to make a new zone. I have a feeling that this is going to be worse. Because our crit is going to be way, 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 way lower. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I might be wrong. I'm not so sure. It is quite a bit less consistent. Far shot doesn't work yet because the node isn't updated yet. What are my resistances? Oh, real bad. Okay. I don't know if I was wrong, actually. I'm not sure yet. That rare was really dangerous, and I have no resistances, so I don't know. When it procs, the damage is definitely better. Yeah, returning prod is probably the link if I had to guess. Yeah, it's returning prod for sure. I'll do the mana flask. Nice. I wish I just had like a little bit more crit. Like if I just had a little, cause see, look at that. This feels really bad. It's like, look at how infrequently I'm proccing. I'm just not getting the crits. Like sure. Returning projectiles is theoretically more damage. Like obviously that's the 5 link, right? Like for sure, it's not even a question, but the lack of crit chance is just feeling really miserable. Okay, dude, I don't have any resistances. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm not sure. I have to get the power charges. Okay, I have the power charges now. Yeah, I mean, see? Like, it just feels so much more consistent with crit chance. I think I was just getting, like, really, really super lucky in that first room, and I was just critting a bunch. Is what it feels like. Because damage shouldn't be an issue. The damage should be higher. And, of course, like, my Ice Spear is not even leveled yet, right? Yeah, I could use a Diamond Flask early on. Like, a Diamond Flask isn't terrible early if I want to use Returning Proj. Because what are the levels of my gems? 31 still, right? And I'm in a 44 zone. So I would have 2 or 3 or 4 more gem levels on the Ice Spear still already at this point. I mean, it kind of works. Like, this isn't bad. But I definitely still think it's a swap at maps kind of thing, right? But it's functioning. That was pretty good damage. And new Deadeye doesn't have the downside, right? You already showcased with bow. I mean, it's everybody's seen Deadeye bow leveling at this point. It's the most busted, stupid thing in the game, right? You just zoom through everything, one-shot everything. Like, for sure, bow is very strong. Like, I'm not gonna argue that at all. But with like no gear, this still feels pretty good. At least theoretically, right? Because then, if we get a 5-link and we're able to put Returning Proj in, let's see. Oh shit, I don't have a, I don't know, what's it called? A gap closer?
My mana is gone.
Like, that's not bad, dude. For a single target, that's not bad at all. Like, that's not bad. Yeah, I'm on a 5-link. So yeah, obviously if we can get the 5-link, it's gonna make things feel a lot better. But even without it, I mean, it still feels fine. The clear and everything else just gets way better with the 5-link for sure. And of course, having 30% more damage next league will also feel better. 6-link, I'm not gonna estimate anything off of a 6-link. Because the chances of me having a 6-link super early are very low. I'll still push for one, obviously, but the goal is to get lightning coil, so having a 6-link lightning coil is basically not gonna happen, you know? Gems still aren't leveled up. Alright, I think theoretically this seems to work, right? Tabula? I mean, yeah, it just depends on how much defense I want versus offense. Keep in mind, I'm not making this for other people, I'm making it for me, but still. This is essentially what, like level 65 simulated? Something like that. But the big thing here that is potentially not being translated well through the screen is that I don't have to think. Yeah, this is all automated. All of the targeting is all completely automated. I'm not doing anything, right? I'm not choosing where to attack. I'm just running up to something and just holding the button. Yeah, that's all I'm doing. I have negative resistances though. Like that damage isn't bad though. Like when I actually can hit him, like that's not bad. But the problem is I'm a level 93 character, so my resistances are negative 50 currently. Yeah, the big plus here is definitely the big plus here is definitely like I have 3,000 life, which is a lot for here, but it's kind of evened out with the fact that I have no resists. I don't know, man. This seems pretty good to me. Like that seems pretty good.
The pinnacle of hubris, the fall of man.
I don't know how far away you need to be to get the proc to happen. I wish I had more room here. Oh, that's not very far. Is that the Raider voice line? Yeah. The Raider voice line's later. Or not the Raider voice line, but the Ranger voice lines are pretty rough. I'm gonna be real with you. That's not that far that it has to travel. It's like half the screen. That's not too bad. Yeah, I think this definitely has potential. Even the power siphon is kind of doing damage. The power siphon is doing 1,000 DPS. Why is it doing so much damage? It's kind of weird. Why is it doing that much damage? What do I have that's making it do damage? Am I missing something? Oh, I guess it's because a far shot is technically making it do more damage as it goes distance right now. But yeah, I mean, this is honestly not bad. Let's see. I don't know what my Atlas looks like, but let's go do a tier 1 map with this awful gear and see if it does any damage whatsoever. And unleveled gems. I'm probably not gonna have anything in my map tab. You know what I want, chat? And they'll never do it. I want a single button that I just press, and every single item that could be moved into one of these combo tabs is moved into it. Every single one of them. That's what I want, but that'll never happen. I don't even know if it's possible. All right, shipyard. I have no idea what's gonna happen here. What's my Atlas look like? It's basically nothing. Okay. Do I do damage with a level 7 Ice Spear? Not really. I mean, I'm killing stuff, but... Oh, it's cold. Oh, were they cold, chill, and freeze resistant? Oh, okay. Oh, there's a folder button. I should get a slightly more leveled Ice Spear. Can I do that? Do I get Ice Spear as an option on the Ranger, actually, now that I think about it? I don't see a folder button. Create new folder.
Yes.
Okay. You do not. I have to make one. I don't think I've ever used Ice Spear. Like, I don't think it's going to be in any of these tabs. Oh, here's one. Never mind, I'm dumb. Alright, so I need to bring this down, what? Like 15? What's a reasonable level?
Yes?
What's a reasonable level gem to have when you hit maps? 14?
What little help I can offer is
15? Okay, so level 15 gem. Let's see if that, what's the difference in damage? 99 to 148? 338 to 508. It's a little bit more damage, chat. Maybe just a tiny bit more damage. Probably gonna cost a lot more mana, though. Oh, I'm just dying instantly to poison. Nice. Okay, let's not just stand still. Alright, yeah, so a lot more damage. Turns out, when you have real gem levels on your spells, that they do more damage. Who would have thought? I'm gonna die though, 100%. I have 10 stacks of corrupting blood and I can't heal. Yeah. Alright, so the damage is fine, like, obviously. And even with the rest of our gems not leveled up and, like, not proper anything and missing 30% more damage, yeah, I think we're good. Like, I think conceptually, damage-wise, we are fine. Time to die to corrupting blood again. Wonderful. Just end me, thank you. Alright, so I think conceptually we're fine on damage. Let's see. Did have a bunch of other stuff. A 5-link would probably do a lot of good, though. Also, having higher levels of all of these gems would probably do a lot of good. Let's see. What does a 5-link feel like? Because returning prod is going to be pretty big. Is that going to feel significantly better? A little bit. The proc rate definitely doesn't feel amazing, I would have to say. Because, like, the major issue that I have with Ice Spear right now just has to do with how it's proccing.
my mana is gone.
So the problem with Ice Spear at the moment is that it procs and then it just goes in one direction, right? Like, that's my main issue I guess I have right now. Because it's kind of a thin spell, yeah? Like, it doesn't really do very good general coverage. For single target and stuff, that doesn't really matter. Self-cast? I don't think so. Because then you're self-casting. Need some sort of chain, maybe? The problem is that with Ice Spear, whenever it hits the... Chain is probably fine. But I don't know. We could take Ricochet. Alright, let's just take it and just see what happens. Let's just take it and just see what happens. We probably need a new map though. I don't think Ice Spear of Splitting is the answer. I don't know that I have a new map. Plateau? Okay, so let's see. Chain seems to be working pretty well. At least for clear. Do we just not take the mark node then? Because that feels kind of bad, but that could potentially be the answer. Because the power siphon is probably chaining as well, but how does chain and return work? I'm obviously gonna die here a lot because anytime anything gets near me, negative 50 resistances is not good. In the list of like order of operations, it's what's it called? Chain, pierce, projectile, PoE. Split, pierce, fork, chain, return. No, that's not correct. Split, pierce, fork, chain, return. So then would we not want pierce? Because the thing about it is that even though I have chain here, I also already have pierce. Ice shot type build? Ice shot's not that great of a skill. There's much better bow options. Because the problem is, if you're doing return, you kind of want pierce. You kind of don't want chain. So chain probably isn't the answer there. I mean, realistically, if we're choosing a fourth node, it's just the mark node, right? I'm just doing 3 because we're trying to simulate being somewhat at the start of a league, right? Like, my gear is awful. I don't have anything good. Like, my gems aren't leveled. We're just kind of trying to see a little bit. Oh god, what is that? So what I'm wondering is that most likely the clear just gets substantially better as we're able to scale more proc chance, like when we get the Shaper Belt, as well as just getting a better wand and everything else in general. Getting more crit, because I don't even know that I'm crit capped here. Like, I'm not exactly sure, even with power charges, if I'm crit capped. I'm only 90% chance to hit as well. Oh, but we are crit capped, but I'm only 90% chance to hit, so. Like I said, damage I'm not too super worried about, mainly because we will have 30% more damage at range, among other things, like my gems aren't leveled and such. Is Far Shot super needed? Far Shot's really good. It's 30% more damage. Like, I'd have to either take Chain or something else. Ice Shot is a bow skill. That video that you're thinking about with Asmongold was not a... That's like a extremely expensive, super high-end, very specific setup build. He was playing Ward Loop is probably the thing that you're thinking of. This is like no gear on a league start scenario kind of build. Oh, this guy is cold and chill resistant. I don't think Spellslinger is good. Like, I don't think that's the play here. Realistically, it just comes back to the attack speed and the proc rate again, because my proc rate's only like 2 a second. That's kind of like my main issue here, is just the proc rate. Also, it turns out not being able to choose who you're hitting is kind of a problem. Wonder if I can answer that with just like not being bad at the game.
My mana is gone.
Yeah. Here's the problem that I'm running into. At this point in the game, with 3 ascendancies, it feels fine. Like, I don't think it's bad by any means, but it also, like, if I have to genuinely sit down and ask myself, like, is this better than being Ellie hit? Yo, what's up, Drexel? How's it going, gamer? Uh-oh.
Drexel donated $4.20. The league having people pick things up for you is cool. It's just weird that Chris kept saying that the people we get are only 3/5s of a person. Or that Rayclast will rise again and that it was about exile rights instead of slavery. Really weird-eyed.
I don't even know what to say to that, dude. Thank you for the 420. Appreciate you, gamer. Okay, so here's the problem that I'm kind of running into at the moment. The damage is there. It's the attack speed that's kind of frustrating. And I don't know how you fix that. Because obviously later it's just like, get more attack speed forehead, right? Like, obviously that's the answer later. Is it happening, chat? Are we just going to be playing bows for the 10th league in a row? Are we trying to do something new and just realizing, why am I not just playing bows? You know what I mean? Like, is that what we're realizing, chat? Oh, I don't have the mark node. Oh. I'm supposed to have the mark node. Frenzy charges give attack speed, yeah. I was getting them while clearing. It's the quote-unquote melee league, yes. As for actually playing melee, tons of people are going to be doing that. I am most likely not. No, support gem's not the answer. Alright, let's see if that did anything. Oh, I'm just dead, right? Yep, good. Don't have phasing. Get stuck against the wall. Good. With negative 50 all resist. Good. Oh yeah, put me down a corridor against a bunch of projectiles. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, the major problem just... Oh, I don't have precision on. The major problem just seems to come with the clear. Because we're playing Ice Spear. Hey, what's up, Hadamali? How's it going, gamer? Like, it's not bad clear by any means. Like, I'm not upset with the clear. Is it better than bow clear? AMD delayed Zen 5 launch. Did they have the same issue that Intel had? Hopefully not. I imagine that would be pretty bad. Or did they delay it because they want to wait until Intel maybe fixes it so they have something to release alongside Intel? My second league is wondering if you had any tips. The problem is that I can't really give you any good, just like, hey, here's a tip, because there's so many things that happen in Path of Exile. Realistically, my best tip for you is that find a reliable build creator. Look to my YouTube channel towards the league start day, and I'll put up a video talking about, you know, league start builds that I think are worthwhile. Follow a reliable build creator, just follow it to a T all the way through. And that's probably the best thing that I could tell you to do, is just don't trust yourself. The game is so insanely complicated that most likely you are overlooking something. Probably just waiting for Intel's fixed microcode patch so reviewers will measure Intel chips at the new lower level. Yeah. Alright, so the mark changes, among a couple other things, definitely feel better, for sure. And it is kind of nice literally just not having to think. One thing that does kind of feel bad though is this, like, this. What was going on there with Sniper's Mark? Split was happening first, wasn't it? Is that bad? Wait, I actually need to see what was happening there. For sure, dude. Wait, what was happening there? Because I was close and I was hitting it before it was in the other form. So it was splitting. Am I gonna have to go fight the boss and die to her to test this out? Please no. Alright, do I have any portal scrolls? I do not. Alright, let's see what happens here. So we get the mark on there. They are splitting and returning. But they're not hitting. See what I'm saying, right? Like, they're returning, but the return is not actually hitting. Like, some of them are just, like, hard missing. What does that mean for Sniper's Mark, then? It kind of feels like I just can't be nearby. Because the problem is that when you split with Ice Spear, it makes it so that it can't shotgun anymore. But theoretically, each one... That is actually a problem. That's actually a big problem, and I don't know how to resolve it. It means that I can't be nearby something at all on single target, which is really bad. That's very bad. I don't know how to resolve that. Any other spell you could swap for? Ice Spear is definitely ideal here. For multiple reasons. Because, like, it getting the extra crit chance and it getting the extra crit strike multi is both really good. Like, that's the reason that you go Ice Spear. Is because of all those crit stats. Like, that is the reason, right? I do projectile spell. I don't think there's another spell. Realistically, I don't think there's another spell. That makes sense. Ice Spear has to be the spell, or it's just not worth playing this. The problem here is that it's the splitting. Maybe it's not as big of a problem as I'm thinking that it is. They should still be able to shotgun because each one is going to be turning into a new set. Maybe it's not much of a problem as I'm thinking that it is. As long as they're hitting, it doesn't really matter. Because I don't have GMP or anything in yet, right? I guess it is also worth considering how not having cast on crit leveled up is probably pretty big too. Assassin's Mark doesn't make a ton of sense because I'm already scaling so much crit that it's like kind of wasted. And the crit is basically kind of one of the cornerstones of the build, is just how easy it is to scale crit on Power Siphon is the whole idea. So if I was to go Assassin's Mark, which I could, it would be better to go like Lancing Steel of Spraying or something, and there is a chance that that's where the build ends up anyways. Like at the super high end, there's a chance that this just ends up as a Lancing Steel of Spraying build either way. It depends on a couple different things, but yeah, I mean, all things considered, it's not like I'm unhappy with this, right? But definitely when you get into close quarters with a single difficult enemy, it's a little bit hard to do damage for sure. And I don't know of a good way to resolve that, besides just running away from them. Which with like Frostblink or something, I could probably do. Like, it's probably not an issue. And considering I'm on just some random character that's not properly set up for this compared to an actual character that'll have all the correct stuff, I'm probably overestimating the problem. Oh, am I dead? I can't move, dude. I don't really have any interest in totems. I just don't want to play that. Maybe I'm overestimating it. Like, that's not a bad kill time on a random rare. The biggest issue here is I'm still using a 5-link. Because, like, realistically, I need to not be considering this, right? That's probably the biggest issue. Because, like, when I'm clearing a random map, I'm not going to have a 5-link. I'm going to have a 4-link. That's probably the actual biggest issue here. Which the damage is still fine. Ooh, that hurts though. And I gotta think defensive-wise, I'm gonna be so significantly tankier when I don't have negative 50 all. I think MF builds be worth now or just make a strong blaster? I honestly don't know, but they probably aren't gonna be that worth. That said, I'm probably done streaming for today. It's getting close to 5 p.m. and I've been streaming for like 5 hours, and I don't plan on streaming a whole ton because I want to stream some during league start, so We might be back tomorrow. I'm not 100% certain. We'll see. But I appreciate you, boys. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think the build looks fine. I don't know. I need to do a little bit more work on a couple of things, but I think it looks fine. As for if it's better than playing like the wand or the bow, just normal build, it's probably just worse. However, even if I'm losing a little bit of damage, I'm gaining at range 30% more damage playing a Deadeye still. Because like my far shot is just not working at the moment. Test Eye of Winter. Eye of Winter won't work the way that I want it to, I don't think. I mean, I can see what it feels like. It's not going to do damage because it's such a low level spell, but I can just see what it feels like when I'm casting with it. Wouldn't it be funny if it is Eye of Winter? If that's just like the answer? The problem is that when you're using Eye of Winter, you kind of want to have... the whole reason why Eye of Winter in particular is good is when you use it with Arcanist Brand. Like, that's the reason why it's good. Because it limits the distance the projectile can travel, right? Yeah. I'm actually curious. Let's die. Just before we end stream, let's check something. Let's put returning projectile back in here and let's get like a leveled Eye of Winter. I should have one somewhere, right? Like surely I have a leveled Eye of Winter somewhere, yeah? Although realistically, I'm not actually sure that I do. So I don't know that I've ever really used Eye of Winter. But I didn't think that I had used Ice Spear, but Eye of Winter is even less likely. Let's see. Maybe in gem tabs? I could have maybe just gotten like a random one. I wish I could at least sort these. Gem tabs are a relatively recent thing though. I guess I should probably just go from the top down. What does a gem tab even look like? What's the mark? This? I do have one, but it's level 1. It would have to be like a random corrupted one or something would be high level. It's the only one that I'd have. I'm just not sure that I have one. I'd have to buy one, or let's see, Eye of Winter. Does the Deadeye get Eye of Winter? No. No, she does not. I have a level 19. Okay. All right, thank you, sir. All right, so we got to de-level this a little bit. Bring it down to like 15 or so, right? Okay, 15. I have winter. All right. Let's see how this feels. I'm dead. I wish I was even the slightest bit tanky. Like, I wish I was even like an itty bitty tanky. Like, even just a tiny bit. It does feel same-ish. I do agree that it does feel same-ish. However, I do think that there is potential here. I could not move at all there. It definitely feels like less single target damage. Like, if we're considering being at range, right? Like, less single target damage at range, it definitely feels that way. The clear feels slightly better, though. And I don't exactly know how to feel about it. And yeah, it will scale significantly less than Ice Sphere. But maybe, like, later on at super high levels of gear, when you're just doing insane amounts of damage and you just want better clear for some reason, maybe you could just hot swap this in or something. But yeah, I'm not able to like accurately test with this shitty of gear. However, I am kind of feeling like if I really just like take a step back and think for myself like what's going on, I'm kind of feeling like I would do this build second. Either way, right? Like I feel like I would just play the wand build. As much as I want to play this build first and start as this build, I feel like I should just play the wand build first. Like, if I'm trying to have the best experience possible, I should just play bow into wand and then mess with this afterwards, right? And try to force it to be spraying or something like that. But I'm not sure. Like, I feel like this is good, but then if I ask myself, is it better than just playing straight bow or straight wand? And the answer in my head that's kind of bouncing around is no. And I can always mess with it second. You feel me, chat? It might feel better with gear, and it might scale a lot higher than like the elemental hit wand build does. But early on, can't necessarily say that it feels good. But we'll see with more gear. But I think that's going to be it, boys. Appreciate you, gamers. Thank you for all the bits, all follows, all dones, all of support. I need to close this. Thank you. Appreciate you. I might be back tomorrow. We will see. Maybe I'll do a whole stream tomorrow of just doing build reviews of people, of like other content creators. Maybe we'll just do that all tomorrow. And then I'll use that data to make the video or videos for something else. But that's probably the play. Is it most likely tomorrow I'll be going over all of the most popular build guides that people are doing, and I'm just going to be rating them, putting them into this little spreadsheet that I've got going. I need to have a farming strat that doesn't involve straight blasting maps and progression to not have bows be the right answer. Yeah, it's kind of just what it feels like. And even then, blasting is almost always the correct answer. Any plans on streaming the league? Yeah, I mean, I'll stream League Start. I'll definitely stream the first couple of days. As for where I go from there, I don't know yet. If streaming feels good and I feel good, I tune in right at the end of stream, unfortunately, yeah. If streaming feels good, if I feel good and I don't get like that burnout feeling in my brain, then I'll just keep streaming. We'll see how that goes. I don't know. But the moment that I start feeling like some burnout and I don't feel great about streaming and I have to like think to myself, I'm like, do I really want to turn stream on today? Probably going to stop streaming right at that point and just focus on making videos as I feel like it. Because I do kind of feel like I'm basically in retirement at this point. Is kind of what it feels like. But we'll see. Appreciate you, boys. Take care. And I will most likely see you all tomorrow. If not, then later. Gamers. And make sure that you pet Duckless in the chat.